Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, we finally got to closing arguments day in the Adelson case. I am excited if you can't tell. I want to welcome first in chat. Oh my gosh, y'all have been chatty catty this morning. Aaron and Miss June and Miss Teresa. Y'all are the first three in chat. Oh my gosh. I will have to read and catch up on your chats in a little bit. Y'all been busy. Yes, you have. All right, let's get to. Uh-oh. Where is. My Discord looks different all of a sudden. There it is. Wait, we don't have a bingo card today, Miss June? No, we don't, because it's closing arguments. Oh, I forgot. I'm trying to be all there and all ready. Oh my God. Y'all are going for it. Oh, no. I know. They're two different Junes. Two different Junes. Yep, I know. I was talking to the other one in Discord. Talking to the other one in Discord. Yes, we had a good movie night last night. Oh my gosh, it was a good movie night. We had a great movie night. We watched two last night. Okay, so let me get everything on stage. They are getting ready to start. This judge ain't messing. By the way, if you missed the drama yesterday, you'll have to go back and watch. This judge was all over the defense, and the prosecution was all but pulling her hair out, and it looked like it. And I kind of was there for it. Her hair looked great. It was what I call the exy bed hair. I mean, it was all going. Yes, I know I didn't turn my light on, but do you know what? Kind of a comfy vibe going this morning. With the time difference, it's hard. Yes, I know. And it's okay, June. It's okay. All right, let's go ahead and just jump in because today's going to be a long day. And there's no sound on their end, I believe. Not my end.
Your Honor,
Yep.
Which the principal instruction is proposed as it applies to intent
777.011 requires that the intent to commit the crime, it's in the plain language. Let me start over. So in other words, in order to be a principal, Ms. Adelson had to have a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and that she did some act or said something intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to commit the crime. Sorry. Removing the intent to commit murder, we believe, in the proposed instructions runs counter to that. So specifically,
well, as it relates to the intent to commit the crime, but there does not have to be an intent that a death occurred with either second-degree murder or manslaughter.
I think the way it's written, Your Honor, is confusing. That's my concern with the jury.
Mr. Evans, Ms. Kaplan.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it is. Second-degree murder, it's, because this is from standard instructions, as I recall.
This is.
And so I think it's sufficiently covered because it is not saying that the state doesn't have to prove that the person intended the act. It's simply not necessary the state prove that they intended the death to result from the act. And so I don't think anybody's going to be arguing that. I think the instruction is clear, the standard is clear on it.
I think specifically as to that portion of this matter, Mr. Zellman, that does crystallize the issue. The state must argue there was intent that the crime be committed, but as far as there being an intent that the victim of the crime actually died, that is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it now.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Fulfer is explaining what I'm about to make, what I'm about to request to make sure that our client agrees with it. Your Honor, given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, look at the charging document briefly.
Y'all are on a roll.
As I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Dan Markel. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. As I indicated, it's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessers.
Moment.
I'm so glad.
As I understand it, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty.
No. Mr. Evans, to omit the lines pertaining to second-degree murder and manslaughter in the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given, and that would eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
You're talking to the phone, Judge.
Huh?
we're fine with doing away with the lessers on count one.
On this matter, I will need to take a call away from the defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand, and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first-degree murder?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser included crimes?
I do, Your Honor.
You
Whoa.
need to consult with them further about concerning this matter.
No, there is.
Then you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second-degree murder and manslaughter as options.
Y'all, that's huge. They're removing all lessers? I didn't know they had the choice to do that. Oh my gosh, y'all, that's huge. Because now that doesn't give the jury any leeway. If they're on the fence about guilt, the lessers can help you. Boy, let me tell you what, she's going to be found guilty, no doubt about it now. And if she's found guilty, ineffective counsel, dude, that's the appellate issue I would take.
Given that, Your Honor, I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
Removing any reference from second-degree murder and manslaughter in the principal instruction as well.
I'm still in shock, y'all.
Remember that they did have one style as to change, I think, that I'd like to consider. On principal instructions, the last line.
Give me one moment.
Y'all, that's insane.
Judge, before moving the two principal instructions out, count one, Mr. Evans raised a good point.
Give me one moment. All right, concerning the principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count two. We would suggest that it be changed. This instruction applies only to count one and three. It does not apply to count two in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the request to change.
Okay. Here we go. I did a little dive in. In Florida, and generally in the U.S., civil and criminal procedures, whether removing lessers and can help or hurt a defendant depends heavily on the type of case, of course it is. Sometimes having a large, removing the lessers can reduce the prejudice to the jury. That's interesting. Let me look at this. I'll put this back up and then we'll, come on, computer, work for me. It's your job.
Let me repeat it once again. So this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor, and given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request to move principle after count 1. So it seems more, it would be more consistent with the fact that principle applies to count 3.
The position.
You're right. I was just getting ready to go into that, my dear. Thank you so much. It removes the prejudice because some jurors may feel like they have to find the person guilty of something or on something, like in the Karen Reed trial. Well, I think it helped her in the Karen Reed trial because she admitted to drinking and driving, and they're going to want to pin something on her. And the lesser is better than what she was charged with, because she definitely wasn't guilty of that. So in criminal cases like Redrum, the term lesser wouldn't have, come on, my eyes are not working very good. Lessers included offenses. For example, instead of just first-degree murder, the judge could also be instructed that second-degree Redrum, I can't say that word, and manslaughter charges are an option. In other words, all or nothing strategy is, I think, where they're going for here. Without the lessers, the jury must choose between convicting on the top charge, i.e. first-degree Redrum, or acquittal. If the prosecution's evidence isn't airtight, the defense benefits because the jurors who are doubt premeditation may have no fallback issue. So therefore, it is a 100% guilty, not guilty, no leeway whatsoever. It also can prevent the compromise of verdict. Juries sometimes are split on the differences by convicting on a lesser. They don't have to all agree on the top charge. If the lesser is removed, the jury can't compromise. They must be unanimous on guilt. Do you know what? This is a good move for the defense. So by removing the lesser, the defense could hurt. It could hurt them. If a juror believes the defendant is guilty of something but doesn't have a lesser option, they may stretch to convict on the top charge instead of letting the defendant walk. It also eliminates a safety net with a lesser included. Even if the jury rejects first-degree Redrum, the defendant may still face a convictions of second-degree or manslaughter, which usually carries a lighter sentence. Removing the lesser risks the defendants getting life or DP, say 15 to 25 years. Florida courts generally give lesser included offense instructions when supported by the evidence. The judges are careful about this because wrongful denial can be grounds for an appeal. Defense lawyers sometimes strategize waiving lesser instructions to force an all or nothing situation, but it is a high gamble. It's a very high gamble. That's right. Yeah, I'm not too sure this is a risk worth taking with this woman. It's a risk analysis. If there's at least one person in the jury who thinks the state hasn't proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, Donna walks. I know, and that's making me nervous.
Of the instructions will be after, it will be count,
how's the sound?
Count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.
My apologies. I did not reset the sound for this morning. I apologize. I had it set up for last night conversation through Discord. Sorry, if I was blowing your eardrums out, my apologies. I've set the sound back to this court levels. Please let me know if it's okay.
5 sub A, principles, 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir, and I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes. Right, as to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness. After reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold. As that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those two items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach.
Demonstrative though is not evidence.
No, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, the document itself is admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
I did some changing in my microphone. It was kind of my sound, my voice was so garbled and not clean and crisp. Hopefully that's a lot better. And it's not. See how that is. That's the it sounds kind of. I'm gonna have to give Roadcaster today.
One was the one with the tag number. I don't see that here, Your Honor.
May I go?
Exhibit 142, Your Honor. And the reference is on the Friday, June 13th. It's pretty much in the middle of the page.
As to this particular page, making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. How are the other separate pages, which are separate writings, in any way connected to this as completeness?
Your Honor, it's all about the birthday party. That using admission of that page alone creates a misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from this admitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Evans and I discussed on count 2 to conform to the indictment. We would ask that the count 2, we the jury find as follows as count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And additionally, the conforming word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment.
Why are you guys not here in court? I didn't change anything.
So you wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you got,
I believe that stays with the evidence. Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Cover that. Your Honor, I just want to make sure you under subsection which says the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit, you did add first-degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment. First-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the, change that to indictment, not information. Count 3 of the indictment, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No, sir.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all three counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. Our investigator was able to, an investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible. And that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
I know y'all. Miss Angela was at work and she's going, "Did I miss anything?" So I was typing. So you were muted, Frankie? I'm going to rewind that for a sec. I want to hear something again.
Count two, we the jury find as follows as the count two of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count two. Count three, we the jury find as follows as the count three of the, change that to indictment, not information. Count three of the indictment: the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count three.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all three counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. Our investigator was able to, an investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible. And that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
Okay. So we're still dealing with that issue. Wow.
Before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures. You're not to make any facial movements.
You're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations and demonstrations.
Yep, she's got the same ill-fitted suit on. I don't think that attorney. She's used to wearing a robe. She's not used to wearing suits, and this fly in here is going to drive me batshit crazy. I guess I better turn my lighting on. I was enjoying the mood. Y'all ought to see my backyard. It's a jungle out there. I kid you not. Our lawnmower broke. Not a whole lot better, but it is. It's a kind of a gray kind of morning. It's not super bright this morning. So I have lined up a lot of replays and a lot of things. If I didn't lose them. Yeah, they're right there. For us to watch during the jury deliberation. I don't know what it's going to do here. Let me look. I haven't, unusual for me not to have looked at the weather, but I guess I should be looking at the weather. Oh, it's going to be nutting here all day. There's the U.S. There we go in the U.S. Oh, wow, Canada. Look at that storm front. Wow. That's huge. See, yeah. But not much here. Got some stuff going in the coast. Oh, yeah. A lot going on in the, look at that line. That's interesting. I always like the south. Look at the south where it turns from rain to ice. You can see the bands change. So, yep. That's our world today. Florida, it looks like you got something brewing around you, but nothing major. Looks like a lot of your storms are going to collapse as they come into land. See? Port St. Lucie, you get some. West Palm Beach, you'll get a little rain today. Most of the people getting in the rain in the U.S. are right there. So, Teresa, what state do you live in? California, you're going to be pretty dry today too. So, yeah. And then this is my neck of the woods. We get nada. So, not worth it today for me to watch the weather. Kentucky, yeah, you're getting some rain. You're going to get some rain today. Oh, don't forget, we're not doing iBingos today. So I can remove that one. Don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, and share, please, because we will be doing drawings for the end of the month, I think tomorrow. Fried chicken. Frankie Leroy, you having some fried chicken? It's too early to start talking about lunch, y'all. I took my new meds again today. Let's see if I'm nauseated like I was yesterday. Oh, yesterday was brutal. Who's cooking the fried chicken? Are you doing it? Oh, well, give me some fried chicken, Frankie. Can you send it your way? Can you just mail me some fried chicken? I want my grandma's fried chicken. She had the crispiest skin, but the moistest chicken. I don't know how she did it. I do not know. Can you hear that sound? Did y'all hear what I just played? Because I played something the other day and it shouldn't have gone through the mic, and it did. I don't know why my sound is going through the mic the way it is. So that's why I am asking. That is why I was asking. Oh, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Yes, please show your D. Thank you, Nightbot. Thanks for leaving your DNA. Keep the channel growing. We are growing, and I'm so grateful. One sunny day. Yeah, we've got very thin, cottony clouds here today. Oh, have some fun with your friends. Sorry, y'all. Y'all have your cup of coffee? We're waiting for court. All right. I was wondering if y'all heard that sound coming through my microphone like y'all did yesterday. I'll do it again. Okay. I didn't know if y'all heard that. I'm just checking. Welcome. Woohoo. Okay. Obviously, you didn't. Yay. It worked. Woohoo. Ooh. Oh, sorry. That got a little loud. My bad. Um, Only hear me sunny day. That is wonderful, wonderful. Because sometimes I gear things up. I get things pre-loaded and try to find things, and there's music or commercials in them, and I try to weed through that so I don't get copywritten like I striked like I did the other day. Hola, hello, welcome, Erin E. Although you've been here for this morning. Welcome. I am so thankful that you are a new member. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got your green, your green. I wish I get to choose the color for the members. I don't. That's kind of frustrating. Anyway, Angela, I'm sorry you can't be watching Boo at work. I've missed you, but she works and her work schedule just not it does not match our live feed, so she did not be able to do that. Oh, I am so grateful. Yay.
Yeah, when we were doing Cardi B, I threw up a. I was listening to one of her videos because I never heard her sing before, and it was coming through the mic, and you're like, stop. Well, it's shared, and some parts of the world it can't be shown. So, oh well, smell well. It is what it is. And some reason in X, I could not go live today, so I'm going to try and go live there again. All right. I'm not going to go there live today, obviously. And that is the way it is. All of you are green today. Well, most of you are green today. Y'all, it doesn't, it's starting real soon. We're going to start doing, I'm going to start doing deep dives or targeted lives towards either documents or whatever, and only members will be able to see it first. Members of certain levels will get to see it immediately, and then members of different levels will get to see it, and then after that, everybody else will. So we're going to start doing some more things with our members levels. This has been a huge learning curve for me, I will tell you. Oh, good for you, Frankie. I mean, not Frankie, Teresa. Yeah, Erin's been green for over 4 months now. Yeah, she's been rocking it. Um, it has been a huge learning curve this year, and I don't think people realize how much I've had to learn to do this. Um, I have a lot of equipment here. I look like RA. I really do. He's got a lot more, but that's fine. I don't want all that he has. I can't handle it. But I can barely handle what I got. So I have this, and then there's a lot of programs that I have had to learn. It has just been a bunch, and I am so grateful for my technology, and I'm so grateful for what I have learned, but it has come at a cost of other things. And so now I hate the way my shirt is. Ugh, wrinkling. It has come at a cost of a lot of other things, but at right now, I'm getting to the point to where now I can start picking up and doing those other things. Okay. I was trying to clear something off my phone and it went really loud on y'all. I apologize. Whew, it got hot in here. That sun started coming in. All of a sudden, that heat. Whew, hot flash. I got to get my fan from the shop. It's okay, Frankie. Ah, we're all good. We're all good. I'm going over. So we are right now, we are waiting for the attorneys to get their demonstrative set. How did y'all like my, I was playing last night and probably not my best thumbnail. I'll be honest with you, probably not my best thumbnail. But I was just playing around. I was kind of bored with my thumbnails. I'll share screen so you can see what I mean. I guess it's a window I got to share. So this is my um, thumbnail for today. I don't know. I was bored with what we had. I'm not happy with this one either, but it is colorful. But this picture of her here, oh my gosh, y'all, that moment to me, I have never seen an attorney act or a DA or assistant DA act with so much frustration. And the thing is that she was she was cross-examining another attorney, and that attorney was not making it easy on her at all. Well, you can always hop on. You want to hop on and during Aaron, would you hop on with me today during during the jury watch? I mean jury watch, the verdict watch. Would you hop on with me? I'd love to chat with you today. I, Frankie, that's a good pun. That is so good. Okay, Frankie, you get it today. Come up with that. We can't have all parties thumbnails. Well, you can come on with voice. You don't have to come on with you don't have to come on with your video because I know who you are and you're legit. I might open up the mics this afternoon. I've done it before. You can call in if you wish. Yeah. What are you podcasting about, June? Y'all both can come on. We'll do a panel. Why don't we have fun and do a panel this afternoon? Y'all can come on with voice only and we can talk about the case. I've got some stuff lined up for us to watch. There is another YouTuber out there, y'all, who got the video. I guess it's from the advertising agency of the $1.0 million condo that Harvey Adelson is living in right now. That Donna Adelson will never get to see. I don't think she will, but you never know. The jury may find her not guilty, and then we are all going to be, we will all lose our teeth if they come back with a not guilty. But it's a possibility now that they took the lessers out. I'm not as confident that she's going to go to jail. Now I'm very quiet. Okay, I'll bump me up just a little bit. Is that better? I look at myself all day long, y'all. I must be real conceited. But no, seriously, June and Aaron, would y'all like to come in and let's do a little panel chat this afternoon? That would be fabulous. No faces, you can just do voice. I mean, everybody's been telling me to turn my voice down. I'm surprised someone's telling me to turn it up. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Someone asked, does it matter if she was aware of there being a warrant? Most of the time people don't know there's a warrant. No, it doesn't matter at all if there's a warrant. Oh, cool, June. Um, I'm looking at comments on another. Oh, this is good. Talking about the warrant. Because the warrant was issued for her arrest before she left the country. Legally, is that fleeing? Because the warrant was issued. Um, if she knew the warrant was issued and then made the flight arrangements and tried to leave, that would be fleeing. But if they did not inform her of a warrant, then no, it would not be, that would not be the case. Uh, Something we've not talked about is we forgot that the checks that Donna was writing to Macbanua, um, you know, I believe Donna was very well. That right there is one of the things. Oh, Belgian accent. Oh, that's going to be fun. One of the things is okay. June and Aaron. I will throw up the link when we're ready, and then y'all can hop on in. Um, but anyway, if I'm on the jury and I'm thinking, what evidence would show me that she knew that this, she either knew or she helped plan this or she helped put it into motion. I would say the checks to Mecbanua is the nail in the coffin for me because she had to know. She knew darn well because the girl wasn't physically. Oh, don't you dare say I got a mosquito in this house. Y'all, I'll be getting that mosquito because they welt me up bad. I gotta get this pillow out. It's like the pillow is the perfect shape, but it's too thick. So I'm back and forth with the pillow. Oh, Teresa, come on. I's hillbilly. I ain't laughing at your hillbilly accent. I'm a Tennessee hillbilly, Texas redneck. So I wouldn't laugh. Yeah, you guys can come on. We can have fun. Um, but one of the things for me was definitely the fact that she signed all those checks, knowing that number one, the girl wasn't working at the office, which is illegal. Oh, I hope my stomach is starting to rev up again, which is definitely an illegal act in and of itself. So that's where I get kind of nailed for me. Right. I am seeking. I'm seeking. I'm sorry for the quietness. Yeah, definitely June is British, but not one of those Tweed Downton Abbey ones. Uh, I doubt if the Tweed Downton Abbey one. I mean, I don't know. I love Downton Abbey, but I got to tell you, since Maggie Smith has died, I really could care less to watch any of it. I love Maggie Smith. Loved her in Harry Potter. I loved her in everything she did. Everything she did, she was fabulous. And I got monkey hair all over my shirt. Oh gosh. And I think my lint roller, maybe that will help. I had my monkey in my arms earlier. We had monkey loving. Man, she was jumping and playing. Um, but anything that Maggie Smith was in, absolutely adore her. And I really, everyone has to pass away, but dang it, that was tough for me. Belgium is a very small country compared to America, but we still got a lot of different accents. You know, no one has the same exact accent. I don't care. It's individual person. Maggie Smith, man, she had a mouth on her. I watched a show that it was like an interview with her and some of the other dames and ladies. And Maggie Smith, I mean, girl, she let it rip. She didn't hold nothing back. Loved Maggie Smith. Get some coffee. Yep. I have never been overseas, and that is one of the things that I hope to get to do one day is go into Europe, and I mean, I really want to go through a lot of countries, a lot. You have what is often called as a tidewater accent. Interesting, somewhere between kind of country, but also like Valley Girl. Oh my gosh, I've not heard the term like really. Valley Girl. How did I want to know? How did the Valley Girl accent get that? I wonder. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to. I did it. Let's see. The Valley Girl accent. The Valley Girl accent or Val speak has roots in the Southern California culture of the 1970s and 80s, particularly the San Fernando Valley, north of Los Angeles, both a way of speaking and a culture stereotype. Here is how it developed. Oh, this is interesting, y'all. The San Fernando Valley grew rapidly after World War II, became the middle and upper middle class suburb of Los Angeles. By the 1970s, it was associated with shopping malls, consumer culture, and affluent teens. The teen girls from the valley started to develop a speech pattern that set them apart and became an identity marker. Some of the elements of Val speak include, okay, y'all ready for this? Hmm. Uptalk, rising intonation at the end of sentences, making the statements sound like a question, like, really? Like, the cat was so hungry. Intensified likes, totally, seriously, and like, Discord marker, whatever. Elongated vowels like, oh my God. Frequently use of like as a filler quote. I really was like, no way. They weren't involved in the valley because of the heavy stereotype. Okay, pop culture. 1982, Frank Zappa's His Daughter's Moon United release with the song Valley Girl, which mocked the speech patterns and became a hit. The film Valley Girl in 1983. So basically, it was the young socialites. The Valley Girl accent started as a teen sub speech culture style of suburbs of Los Angeles. Wow. Sorry, I just got off on a rabbit trail. But we are killing time. I mean, everybody's waiting for this court to come in. You got me on Valley Girl, Aaron. Fan of the cursey words. Yeah, I can go there. I'm trying to be careful with this channel. Um, I've had a lot of good people leave because they didn't like I said some cuss words one time. I got really flustered with the situation, and y'all said let it rip, and I let it rip, and I lost a few. Yeah, the fleshy side of Ada can go there real quick. Like, I really don't like hearing the like, really. I can't stand it when people use the like word a lot. Curry words. That's how we could, I feel like, like there's a YouTuber or two like that I really like, but they use they use the word cursey words a lot, and like I don't want to say it because I don't want to be compared to them. Like I don't want to be.
So very quickly, yes.
Good morning, Case One. We're talking about the Valley Girl accent, where it came from. Court will be here shortly. Wow, that's cool. You've got that album. You actually have the album. Valley Girl. The Valley Girl. I'm not going to go there. Oh, the judge was giving each side the opportunity to preset and get all of their demonstratives together because he wants to roll through these arguments and get it to the jury. So he's taking time now to give them the opportunity to get their shite together. They got to get their shite together, man. Uh-oh, where's my prosecutions? I'm looking. Hold on. I did a prosecution. Why do I not have it? There it is. Okay. Yay. Oh. All right, y'all. Let's do this while we're waiting. Zappo's one of your idols. Ah. I don't like the likes. I don't. Even back in the day, I was a teenager in those days. I did not like that talk. I would not fall into it. I would not do it. I wouldn't have any part of it. And I just stubbed my toe. Oh, that felt good. Oh, it is so outdated. It is so outdated. Yeah, I remember the hoity-toity fad. I mean, you got me. It's like they're on break, you know. Can't do it. I just can't. It hurts me to even do it. So I have a question for y'all. Throw up, and I want y'all to do questions. Let's get some bullet points and questions that we can talk about during the jury deliberation. My question to you guys, maybe I should just type it in the comments. Why don't I just start a question? Okay, I got one up.
All right, jury entering courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occurred. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway.
Uh-oh.
Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form, which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel.
Okay, guys, I am listening with intent. I'm not ignoring you guys. There we go. This is the time where I get real quiet. I want you guys to be able to listen uninterrupted. But feel free to comment all you want. And I'm got my iPad down here and I'm actually reading. I don't want to miss a word.
Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, They made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. This horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family, refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee, arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives, mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's, will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails, about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida, where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, "I'm too angry to write anymore." And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email, and it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest. In fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is how they get that information. Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan
Sorry, guys.
Markel knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final, and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase "at the moment." Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email anyway. If I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie, but she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed mom and dad. And there's a few that are signed mom and dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals.
Pisses
The
me
ends
off. I hear it.
justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. but he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights. Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants. If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder. And the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendy threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets $200,000 worth of assets from the court and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoting Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce. And she says, it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise, but why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie, Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbano mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place. So it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says, by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys, and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family, because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine McBanoa about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that McBanoa said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically, as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine McBanoa that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. McBanoa drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then McBanoa calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with McBanoa. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad since it was the landline. Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason, they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present. And she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanowa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanowa. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanowa to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanowa were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother. and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanua. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanua understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect, appears like it went to voicemail, and we would later learn from Magbanua that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th through the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up going to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, what, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi?
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That is so dramatic and so funny. The way she said it. Oh, it's so much cheaper than hiring a hitman. I really like her play. I mean, there's a lot going on, and some people can be bored with this. I get it. But I have to tell you, if you're really listening to her and the way she likes to, and her way she's speaking, oh my gosh. I don't want to listen to the defense because it's going to be boring as hell, I'm sure, but that was funny, y'all.
For Wendy on the day of the murder.
The day of the murder?
While he's being murdered by a hitman. And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course, the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanoa. They want their money. Where is Magbanoa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45. So while the killers are calling Magbanoa and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her bullet bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else." This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother as someone who was very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, "My parents just left." They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanua's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanua that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed.
Okay, I was so hoping we would get a better explanation as to why the money was washed, laundered. But Donna didn't testify.
Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson.
That bothers me.
9/12 of 14. The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17 of 14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment. If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Oh, objection.
The jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. It's pictures on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A, does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Yeah, let me do this. You want to take a picture of the letter and send me a second?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious?
I gotta go back. I gotta. Love
Don't
it.
talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it, kind of exactly what they asked for?
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke.
Yeah, didn't Sarah Boone have TV trouble too? I mean, what is it with these red rumors and TV trouble?
Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV. And now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanowa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanowa, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanowa, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanua was just a victim of the hitmen too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitmen, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanua. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanua the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, oh, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanua then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitmen for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionists. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanua on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014. But he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine McBanois at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McBanois, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something, not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McBanois, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Please approach.
Break. We got a break.
Take you to the jury room.
Yeah, leave everything right there on the chair, please.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Councilman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone
This one
else
does.
needs
Be right
to,
back.
please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining. You need it.
Oi. Oh. Objection, objection, objection. I should have put up a poll whether or not the defense was going to object during the prosecutor's closing arguments. That would have been a good, excuse me, question to ask. Nina near. What the heck is that? I need an explanation on that. Sit down and shut up. Quit your belly aching. You had a chance to put the Donna on the stand and you did not choose to do so. Let me hear. Let me go back.
The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments
yes,
that
you
have
do.
been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Ms. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining. You need it.
She does have a disability. I think I see her limping when she walks. Don't know what that disability is, but that woman's got issues. I mean, she was a judge. She got removed from the bench, forced into retirement, not even a year after taking the bench due to her disability interfering with her ability uh, to um, perform her duties. She also had code of conduct issues, one of which she um, told a bailiff or somebody who worked for her, I don't remember whom, that if they weren't voting for a specific person in an election, they would be fired, and they were. And she had the second thing was that she had a life size poster board cutout of that said person in her office or judge's chambers. That when her door was open, which it was often, the people in her courtroom could see that said cutout, which is a no-no. And then the third thing was is that she had a nephew who got in trouble, drugs, and she stepped in and intervened and involved herself, which is a no-no. Yeah, yeah. I find it interesting that not one out of 15 votes was not guilty on Donna Adelson. It's 100% guilty. Now, the interesting thing is that the last time we had 100% not guilty, 100% guilty, the person was found not guilty. I hope we do not follow suit. I hope we do not follow suit. Thank you, Nightbot. Please leave your DNA. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll, and I'm going to end the questioning. And I am so sleepy, y'all. It is so hard to stay awake right now. I may have to take my new medicine at night because I noticed that yesterday I took it and I had nausea, which I do now. That's why y'all have seen me kind of taking bites of food here and there. And then we have, oh, I wish I had my logic. I thought I had some in my bedroom, but I didn't go look. The lawyer, the female lawyer for Donna Adelson, used to be a judge, and she was removed quickly. Jackie Fulford and Joshua Zillman are her judges. Are her attorneys after Dan Roshbaum withdrew due to conflict of interest. So, yeah. Y'all, I'm so sleepy. So here's the deets on the judge. I'm not kidding, y'all. I'm doing everything I can to stay awake. It doesn't say you need to worry about being sleepy, but this is a sample, so There was no packaging insert with instructions. Oh, I know it is. You're right, Aaron, but I'm just saying the last time we got 100%, we got it 100% wrong. Okay, so here is the lowdown on Jackie Fulford, used to be judge. This picture is not bad of her. She looks much younger. Actually, she looks healthier. She's still skinny, but she looks healthier than she did before. Um, I'm something. So I'm trying to get that done. There we go. It worked. Woohoo! All right. A Judge Fulford was appointed the Second Judicial Circuit Court by Governor Charlie Crist in 2009 and ran unopposed in 2010. Notable rulings. Prison cut ruling. She struck down Florida's pension changes, mandating 3% salary. So that was good. Misconduct allegations. That's what we're looking for. Here we go. April 2015. Filed a formal misconduct charge against her, citing the JQC. Use of her judicial office to influence attorneys. A close proposal friendship with Wakulla County Sheriff David Harvey, raising concerns about impartiality. That was the person she was pushing for election, was that sheriff. Publicly opposing an election candidate and inserting herself in a domestic battery case involving her significant other's son. Oh, I didn't know about that one. Life-size cutout. Fulford reportedly kept a life-size cutout of Sheriff Harvey in her chambers, visible from the courtroom, reflecting inappropriately close personal affiliation. Judicial influence. She allegedly coerced court staff regarding political support and used her influence to intervene in cases involving family connections. The JQC requested a medical evaluation which determined she suffered from permanent disability that severely impaired her ability to perform her judicial duties. August of 15, they recommended she retire involuntary, and the Florida Supreme Court formalized the retirement September 30th of 2015, ending her judicial career. So she was appointed in 2009 and was removed 6 years later in 2015. Misconduct was favoritism, political bias, and judicial impartiality. We don't know what the permanent disability was. She was recognized for her bold rulings on constitutional issues, notably prison reform. However, it ended in controversy. Her judicial record does remain mixed of impact legal decisions and serious ethical concerns. So we don't know what her disability is, but that's her rundown. Yep. I remember that. I was about ready to talk about that. For a while, he was representing both mom and son, but he, in the end, did not sign a waiver permitting Rashbaum to represent his mother. And because he was the first initial represented client, she lost the lawyer. Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted him either, but she did. Thank you, Deborah, for doing the rewatch. I really appreciate it. I know, right? That's a possibility. Okay. Well, thank you. I keep thinking about this, and the thing that I keep thinking is, and the way I see this, okay, and even if I look at it just as a juror without the extra information that we know, Donna was a woman who was in control and in charge and in large in her family. She was like the super matriarch. What Donna wanted, Donna got. And I think her husband is whipped, and her children were yes ma'ams. And there's nothing wrong with having the respect, but I will say I believe that Donna Adelson is large enough, and everybody, and it's been proven over and over again. It's been proven. So I'm looking at your comments. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think she should be able to practice law, but she is. One of the things I noted was when Georgia, in the middle of closing, said that Wendy wasn't complying with Donna's planned activity. That's when Donna came up with a plan to actively off Dan Markel. I think that is true. I think that's what the jury is going to be impacted with. Those very good comments. And I believe that is exactly what happened. Um, but I wonder, are they going to go after Wendy Adelson? Do you think they're going to go after Wendy Adelson? Um, it doesn't sound like they are going to go after Wendy Adelson right now. Um, how do I say this? I think that the plan to unalive Markel was by Donna and the son. And I think that all of the controlling issues and all of the planning issues and everything between Charlie's trial and Wendy's trial, um, Donna's trial, have pretty much protected Wendy to a point. That's kind of where I like it. And somebody coined the phrase "ma Donna," and I think it's true. When it came to arguing with Ma Mama Donna, Mama Donna is what I've called her in the past. I think there's no win. Mama Donna gets whatever she wants. She's gonna get her way, and that has come across in the notes, in the text, in the testimony, in all the evidence. I think it is screaming very loud and clear. Mama Donna is and was in charge and knew everything. And the funny thing is when the TV word becomes a code word, became the code word for the hit. I think the lawyer, I mean, I think Georgia did a great job in her closing and bringing that up and showing when it was planned and things, how things came about. I think she's doing a phenomenal job on that. I think Wendy's explanation, and I got a video of it. We will talk more about it later about the TV and how it cannot be fixed and it was cracked. And, you know, everybody knew that. I mean, if you have a TV, you know, when the screen's cracked, you have to replace the screen and it's not worth it. Just buy a new TV. I just, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's not like your car windshield that you can get it fixed if there's a little itty bitty crack. So, anyway, I think that TV is going to be a big part of the deliberations. I'm on the fence about Wendy being arrested. I don't think they have enough to convict her. Yeah, I agree 100%. 100% agree. I think that this DA Georgia is doing a phenomenal job with the closing, and I love it when she said innocent people don't talk in code, especially when they've, you know, they know, she knew. If you are innocent, you're not going to think to talk in code. You're not going to disguise. You're not going to manipulate or hide. You're going to talk in regular language. And oh my God, thank you so much. I agree. I believe Wendy is the mastermind or a part of being a mastermind in this, but I don't think there's enough evidence at this moment that they have, that we know of, to go after her.
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case, a blackmailer. And it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't.
I have a new poll.
Open their safe out. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call.
Okay, my poll question is do you believe Hardy Adelson was involved in the red room itself, not knowing after the fact? Not that after the fact he found out about it, he kept his mouth shut, did what he could to protect the family. I'm talking about the planning and the actual everything pre-Red Room. Do you think he knew about it? Do you think, because it's my understanding, because there was an email and text where Donna, I'm trying to get comfortable, y'all, where Donna or somebody indicates that Dad didn't know anything about this. It may have been Charlie.
And the defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer.
I want to wait. She says something.
$1,000 extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer.
So she's saying Dad knew about it.
So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard.
Wait till they become young adults and they can look up the case themselves like my children did. I didn't have to tell them anything. They figured things out on their own, and these kids will too.
After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant and call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled. There's nothing to worry about. Don't freak out. Magbanowa does not want to make that phone call, though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanowa that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he on his own went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, "I'm out of the loop." How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanowa wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanowa. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanowa. She knew that Catherine Magbanowa needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money. So what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks. Okay. Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because He knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness. And they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known supposedly who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. This is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay? It needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. the defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long, kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, you know, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Okay, on that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principal, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. And it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong, but there is direct evidence as well. And I want to go over those.
Quickly, you're running out of time, my dear.
To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine Magbanua admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not?
That's a good point. Very big point. Why not?
After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line. So the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust.
Got to get the powder in.
Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly.
I am so sleepy, y'all. I want to take a nap.
Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're going to need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not going to stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were admitted not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits? or-
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
All demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these will be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. Defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
You just finished breakfast? Ugh. I've been kind of snacking. I have to. My stomach is, this medicine is bothering me a lot, I think. I think that's what it is. I do have an evening planned with Mom. I'm going to an Aglow meeting. And so don't be offended if later today I start doing my hair and getting myself all dussied up, as we say, all gussied up for the meeting. Because I don't have time to finish this and then go do it. So I may even curl my hair. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Does anybody want to hop on live with me a little bit and let's discuss and cuss? Let us do some cushion and discussion. I would love to have you hop on. This girl's sleepy. That's one thing I hate about starting new meds. It's supposed to help with the rheumatoid arthritis. Makes me so sleepy. I'll have a chat. Okay, let me put it up. Now grab it quickly. Please grab it quickly, June, because I'm not going to leave it up long. I will take it down pretty quick. So just give me a thumbs up when you've got it, and then you can come in. Give me a thumbs up when you got it, because I'm getting ready to remove it. Just let me know. I know there's a little delay. That's why I'm waiting. I really thought this is one of the better closing arguments I think I've seen in a while. I wasn't so that. I hate it. I'm so interested in how you really want to pay attention, but your body's saying no, boo. No, boo, not for you. No, boo. All right, I'm going to take it down, Miss June. Do you have it? She's got it. All right. Miss June, let me get you on. Oh my gosh, you're on camera. Well, hello, beautiful.
Hello there. How are you?
Oh my, I love your accent.
So I said it would be slightly different to what you've heard with UK TV.
Oh, I don't care about UK TV. I think, I love and appreciate everybody's uniqueness. Quirks
Yeah.
and all.
Oh,
My dear.
thank you very much. What do you think of that closing?
I think it was brilliant.
I loved the chronological. She literally walked it through almost day by day.
Oh,
And
brilliant.
then at the end, just tied it up. I couldn't believe that it was nearly 2 hours because it didn't feel like it. But I'm not holding out much for the defense.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Like I said, I took this medicine and I'm just like, holy cow.
Oh,
And that
do you know
nausea
what?
that comes with it.
Yeah,
Oh, I hate it, but I have to take it in the morning.
I feel it. I have a chronic health condition as well. And when they either change a med because your pain levels changed, or you've been put on something different, so they need to play with them. It's so hard.
I'm trying to get off of the methotrexate, which is chemotherapy injections. People don't
Mm.
realize I've had cancer 3 times, chemotherapy, full-blown chemotherapy 3 times, radiation twice. And then I have rheumatoid arthritis, which the number one go-to is methotrexate, which is an injectable form of chemotherapy, and prednisone, steroids, which put weight on you just.
Yes.
And so there's a new pill out there that I am trying, Revoke, um, and um, in lieu of methotrexate, because methotrexate and chemo, I mean, I've been on it since '08. Prednisone and metho since '08. Long time.
Oh, I
And it destroys your
absolutely,
connective tissues. I mean,
absolutely.
it doesn't just put weight on you. When it comes to the prednisone, it destroys your connective tissues. And then the chemotherapy drugs, my nails are so thin. And I did pop off my nails. Do you know what? I'll be honest, it's cheaper for me to pop them off and start from a fresh set
Oh,
than to have them filled and look like crap.
mm-mm.
But they're so paper thin that I just can do this and they tear perfectly. They're like baby fingernails. You know how you try to cut them and it doesn't quite cut. So anyway, this new medicine is hopefully going to be the answer, but that adjustment period, it
Oh,
sucks.
the worst adjustment period I had was I had to have a hip replacement, and
Ugh.
for a year and a half, I was on liquid morphine. For the last 8 months of that, I was on slow release morphine capsules with the Oromorph as a top up if the pain became unbearable. But
They don't give
coming,
us that crap over here. Give me the liquid morphine, please.
oh, I'm not going to tell you that I actually have one full bottle here that I haven't opened since I came off it. That is, somebody says, get rid of it. I says, no, that is sitting there to prove to me that I don't need it. Oh, thank you, K-Swan. This accent. So I'm from Newcastle in England. So Newcastle is in the northeast of England. We're not in the north. We don't like to be called north. We're northeast. I'm very close to we say very close to Scotland. I'm probably an hour's drive to the Scottish borders. Oh, it's not far.
In Texas,
Um,
that's called the spit and a jump away.
oh, I was in America once. I've been once. Here we go. Are you ready for this one? I was a sentencing witness in a federal court martialing. So I was at Fort Warren in Wyoming. Yeah, isn't that where everybody goes for their first ever trip to the States? Yes,
Actually,
I am.
Wyoming can be very
Yeah,
beautiful.
hold on there. State of confusion. Yes, I am a Geordie. I am a Geordie. Geordie is somebody from Newcastle. I am a Geordie. So I was in Cheyenne in Wyoming, which was stunning. It was so welcoming. It was lovely. But I have been to the States once, and it was an experience. I think I did 8 days for 25 minutes in court. hmm State of confusion. How do you know what a Geordie is?
Well, I was about ready to ask that question
Were
myself.
you? I'm like,
What's a
it's
Geordie?
so it's so niche to know what sorry, we don't put T's on the end of words, so what a Geordie is. That's
So what?
um
What?
what
Can't instead of can't is can't.
I can't say it. It's a very we click the T on that. It's
Yeah.
very clicked, very clipped.
Can't. Yeah, we're gonna have fun because my kids tease me when I'm around people. I'm a language
I
major, and with my
well,
past, and I pick up
you
accents.
you are the same as me. You have a performing background. I have my degree is in drama with applied theatre, and my master's is in performance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely
So
have a performance background.
ah,
It's so hard for me not to copy you.
they watch UK TV all the time. So I'm going to try and work out what they watch. They watch Vera, possibly.
The jury on Channel 4 was amazing.
Oh yes,
But
you
can I
need
watch that here?
Google Channel 4. Just Google UK Channel 4. I wonder if not, what I'll try and do is I'll try and rip some versions and send you them. Honestly, the jury was really good. What if it's the one I think it is? State of Confusion. Oh, you can find it on BritBox. Is the jury State of Confusion the one where they did the recreation of a
I
court
love the Great
case?
British Cook. It has the Great British Cook-Off on Channel 4.
Oh, Great British Bake Off. Oh yeah. Oh, you need a bit of Paul Hollywood in your life.
Oh, I love Paul. Oh, I've watched every series
Oh,
of Bake Off. Yes, jury,
it's
here it is.
yes.
Um, you have to sign in. I'll do it later, but oh my
Yeah,
God. Okay.
yeah. But
Um,
the new series of Bake Off started last night.
we could do
No,
watch it.
it started on Tuesday.
Do you know what? We need to host the stream in Discord.
We need to do, but the time difference, you see, for me at the minute, this is 6 o'clock at night.
But
So,
when we don't have jury, we're getting ready to be
but if
jury.
we did that, yeah,
We can watch some of your shows.
we can absolutely let people know what they want. But Bake Off, they've just started a new one. I get into, I instantly, I don't know about you, but I instantly, by the end of week 1, know who I like and who I don't like.
Oh yeah, episode 1.
It was a really good one. They had to make Swiss rolls.
Well, we have what was called a home kitchen or cottage kitchen, but mine
Mhm.
was up to code with the health department. So, I mean, it really was. It was cool. And for years, I was a cake designer, like Cake Boss. You know, those big elaborate cakes. My forte was, of course, the gum paste and the flowers. I did marzipan. I did a little bit of marzipan stuff, which is it's a lot more different. I mean, it's different to work with. That's a skill. But anyway, oh, I love Prue. And
Oh,
who was the lady before Prue? The old woman. She is so famous.
Mary Berry. Mary
Mary,
Berry.
Mary Berry. I loved her.
Mhm.
And amazing that she was born with her hand the way it was, and
Yeah.
she still became such
Oh,
an amazing designer and artist. It just floors me what she can do with that disability or ability, special ability.
well,
She's
that's,
phenomenal.
we had this at university because I did performance, but I did applied theatre, which is, oh, I absolutely agree, Erin. Yeah. When they made Bakewell tarts and Bakewell and things like that. We talk about what is a disability, and we get so annoyed with that word dis at the beginning. So we used to go around, turn around going, don't diss my ability. And you just, oh yeah, because we've got our ways. Yes, we've got things that make us different, but we find our ways to get around them and to make it work. Yeah, I mean, I was always terrible. I could not ever perform in a play because I struggle to remember words because I've got fibromyalgia and I get fibro fog and I don't remember things. At college, they used to give me one of the main roles. So my character always used to carry a clipboard and it had my prompts in, but I used to work a clipboard into my character's role.
Oh, well, good for you. Well, I had to take drama when I started my sign language career. I was going to school to be an interpreter for the deaf and a deaf support specialist, and a dual major. Now, that particular program, an associate's degree is the highest degree you can get. They don't have a bachelor's in those fields
Oh,
locally. You can go some big colleges that I cannot afford may, but this one didn't. And it's a 4 years to get. I mean, it was like 90 to 100 hours. But we had to take drama. And my third week in to my semester, a pit bull attacked me. And my knee, when I turned to get away, my knee buckled and my foot ended up I'm on the ground with my foot in my armpit, literally. And my free leg, I'm rolling with kicking at the dog and rolling. And by the time we stopped, my foot was between my breasts. I tore the ACL, MCL, LCL. They basically you had what's called an internal amputation of the leg.
yeah.
The good news is your blood supply was not compromised, or it would have been. So, I had to take the rest of that semester in a wheelchair. I was already in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Sometimes due to arthritis. I have really bad arthritis in my hips, and we're putting off a hip replacement for as long as we can because they say that I'm not quite old enough. I'm 54. This happened in my 40s, early 40s.
I had my hip replacement at 55.
Well, that may be coming, but I had a monologue and what is it called when you do two of them? Dialogue.
A dialogue or a duologue.
Yeah. And the duologue was with a woman who absolutely hated me because I'm on morphine. I'm on hydrocodone. I'm on a lot of drugs to get to college. And I had someone driving me an hour each way and assisting me. And we had this skit. I don't know where it came from, but it was a woman who comes home from church and talks to her church lady friend in the kitchen how to she wants to kill her husband. And so I played the woman who was sitting at the table, encouraging this woman to do it. And I could not keep the line straight for the life of me. So the director said, look, keep your line straight. Ada will flow around you. I come in there so high on drugs. But the thing is that part of my lines were, there's an iron. You can whack him. You can turn on the gas and flip a switch and boom, he explodes or he could fall down the stairs. I'm giving a list of things that she could do to kill him and make it look natural. Well, she lays this Bible in the middle of the table. I instinctively covered it with the napkin. This was not written into the act. And this is the test. This is our performance. I didn't do this any other time. And I just nonchalantly covered the Bible. And she got irritated with me and would uncover it. And she's trying to deliver her lines. Well, I said, girl, get that hard iron, knock him in the head. He wouldn't know what was going. I mean, I really got into this. And you can see the fear on that woman's face. And she uncovered the Bible and I covered the Bible. So this turned into this skit that was not supposed to be about us arguing how to kill somebody with the fight over covering the Bible with a napkin. I got an A+ and she got a C.
It became a bigger battle about religiously who.
Well,
it became about let's better hide it from God because God better not see what we're doing.
Yeah, God, don't listen. You know, we're
God, you don't need to be in on this.
yeah, you
Just
don't. Well, and the thing was, is she was an atheist and I'm a Christian, and she's gay and I'm straight, and and the thing is, I can respect all that, no problem. But she was so mad. She walked off, and her twin sister was prepared to play the role if I didn't show up. So we had not rehearsed but one time. They had rehearsed this thing to a T. And she was pissed that I had showed up because now she was really put under the gun. And I'm all like, boo, isn't that half of acting anyway?
yeah,
Sometimes you have to roll with the punches
it's how you
because something
cope with
can
it.
happen. Yeah.
Well, we had that. We did a series called Confusions by Alan Ayckbourn, which was stunning. And there was this one piece where I played two parts, a big part in one of them, and they needed like a waitress person in another one. So I says, yeah, just chuck us in there. I'll wing that one. And literally all she did was she brought some drinks to a table and did off. And at the end of the scene, there was a guy trying to schmooze his way with this girl. And in the end, he leaves her with his key for his room. He works on business away regularly. So, he uses this hotel. So he obviously is trying to entice her to his room.
Wait. What do you mean it's been flagged?
State of Confusion's posts are disappearing, apparently.
Oh, okay. I don't know what word you're trying to use that could be flagged. Let me look, but you've not been blocked, boo. You're good. But there could be a word or a phrase that you're using. Try writing the word backwards. Whatever word you think may be the trouble, do it backwards. So you're right. Well, guess what?
So we did go on. So we did this part. Oh, their State of Confusion's working. So their posts are coming through.
Good.
So we did this, and at the end, she doesn't want to go up to this room with this guy. So she gets in touch with reception. Waitress comes along, clears the table. She gives the waitress the key to say, give this to reception. I don't want it. And that's where the scene finishes. She walks away. That was the end of the scene. On our performance day, when we were doing our showcase and our assessment, I'm like you. I'm standing there like a lemon with an audience in the middle of the stage holding this key. We've got no curtains. So I think I've got to leave the stage somehow with this key. So I looked towards where she left, looked the other way, which is the way that the guy went to his room, looked back where she went, looked at the audience, went and ran towards the way he'd gone. The place erupted. So obviously it was inferred. Well, this lad had no idea at all what I'd done to the end of his scene. He didn't know why everybody was laughing. Didn't know.
Yeah.
Because I went into further education later in life. So I did my full degree. I started at 50. And year after I left my master's, I had my hip replacement. So I did my degree on morphine with a walking
I don't
frame.
feel so bad now. Thank you for sharing that because I'm 54 doing this and I'll be 57, 58 before I even get my master's. I'm like,
I am considering going back to do a PhD.
Get it. Do it, girl. We'll do it together. We'll do it together.
But my PhD is so nerdy. I'm not even going to bore you with my PhD.
Tell me. I want to hear your PhD.
Right, so my research field is dialogue. And it's about how when two people hold a conversation, they commit to it fully. They come in with no expectations. They don't come in with a hierarchy. and they come in to learn. So what we generate in the middle of this conversation is more than what either of us came in with. So this is what I love about dialogue. So this is my research field. There's a wonderful Jewish philosopher called Martin Buber, who is my muse. That is mine. So what I'm also interested in is silent dialogue. It's when you don't speak. So it's body language. It's just two people. Have you ever sat drinking coffee and all of a sudden you've heard a noise somewhere and you look in the other direction and somebody else has seen the same thing and you both have that look?
Mm-hmm.
It's those things I love. Absolutely love them. That's still communicating. It's still, you're still having a dialogue with that person without words.
Well, see, when I
So-
was in college, we took a class called Visual Gestures Communication in sign language. You couldn't sign, you couldn't talk, you couldn't write.
Mhm.
Everything is exact. It's a gesture. In other words, if I'm looking at you and I want something, I'll go.
Yeah. And I go,
And I'm going. Yeah, exactly. And but we
Yeah.
had to do the moment you entered the room, it was no normal gestures, visual gesture only. Well, you would talk about crazy. But yeah, I get your thesis. I get. I
Yeah.
mean, I get where you're
So-
going with this. I
so
can
there's an installation by an artist called Marina Abramovich called The Artist is Present. I haven't State of Confusion. I will find it. And this piece is where two people sit in silence opposite each other on a table. So she sat durationally, and anybody could come and sit opposite her for the time they decided in silence. Well, I've got mixed feelings about that, which is going in my thesis, but I want to recreate that with two people sitting opposite each other in silence, but drinking a cup of tea each, because I also did research on drinking tea and why, as Brits, we turn to tea as in times of need.
Can you send me that? I want to read it.
I did when literally, so I was like, I did a piece where, as Brits, that's what we do when the world is tough. And it's what people think of British people. Our answer to everything is put the kettle on.
That's his
And I
quote.
didn't know why we did it. So I did loads of research. So I want to do it sitting with me sitting opposite somebody, sharing a space where we've each got a drink of our choice. And it'll probably be about 15 minutes.
Can we do this
Proper-
virtually?
We could do it. We will do it virtually. We will record it and it'll go in my thesis.
I want
Yeah.
to do it virtually with you.
Yeah. But what we might do is then we might set it up so that when I do my piece, we'll set up a computer in the performance space so that you will be in the performance space with the cup of tea, because it has to be fully in silent. So my producer has to get that bit prepped.
So with my camera, and I have a pole, these poles that I use, they stretch from the ceiling, and I can attach it and I can put it in my space where I'm sitting, like living room or whatever. Is that what you're talking about?
No,
Can I-
it's very much anything. But what I'll do is I'll have my computer in my performance space wherever I do it. I'm hoping to perform it at the university in one of their performance rooms.
I got you. Yeah.
And it's just, I'm very interested in how we take Martin Buber's theory of dialogue around creating this connection. Can we do it in silence? Or because I thou is the connection, I it is just like objectifying. So do we look at each other as a duo, or have we made a connection? Or is it just like a monologue? It's the difference between a monologue and a duologue. Have we created a connection? And I'm like, it's so nerdy.
I want to do that with you.
And I didn't go back to, I did my training before university from 47. I did it part-time at college to get my grades to get into university.
Wow.
So I have a ridiculous amount of student debt, which I didn't get until I was nearly 50. And I don't even want to know how much student debt I've got.
I need to take a quick comfort break. Can you start sharing with us, because I can hear it in my ear, your thoughts on the closing arguments, and I'll be right back.
Oh, right. Closing arguments. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I was absolutely enthralled by the prosecution's, the first half of their closing arguments. I was so annoyed that we had to have that break in it because of that blinking objection. I just hope she's left enough with 7 minutes to do our rebuttal at the end. It was, I don't know about anybody else, but it didn't feel like, if she's got, what, 7 minutes left? Did it feel like an hour and 50 minutes? Anybody, did it feel that long? Because I missed a lot of the prosecution's case, so I didn't see a lot of that. I didn't even need to see it because how they presented it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. Like I say, I'm hoping that these 7 minutes and however many seconds is enough for their rebuttal. Hi, Erin. Was it? I think it was well over an hour. Yeah, I don't know that it did. It didn't feel. Yeah, it was. It was long, but I'm hoping that they've got enough. Yeah, I think I don't know, Erin, if it was just the fact of how long ago the crime was committed originally that took so long. But what do people think that the defense is going to be? Because Deborah, it's well worth a rewatch. Really, really is. Really is. Angela, we had a very impressive closing statement that she just chronologically went through every piece of evidence, everything from text messages, emails, surveillance, absolutely just everything that they either came to or inferred from it. And I think state of confusion's right there, Ada, that defense needs to raise doubt. They're going to say, I think they're going to say that prosecution is speculating.
I agree. I will say that first of all, I want to talk to you, go back real quick on that time frame. By the way, I took screenshots of the evidence that she popped up, and I'm going to pop. I'm pulling it right now so we can possibly put it up on screen. Come on, I got it here. Give it to me. There we go. So I'm going to pop it up. But I thought, you know what? She's not going to need much time. Honestly, she's done her closing. She's just going to be there just to do a quick rebuttal. The judge did also say, though, that she could have more time if need be. Don't want to do that. We'll do this one. There we go. The judge said she could have more time.
Yeah.
Which is good. Okay. So, what was your question? I'm sorry. Enough time?
Yeah, it's, do you think she'll have enough with
Yeah,
the
and
7 minutes, but
her
she can
fourth
get a
time.
bit extra.
Yeah, I'm not worried about her timing. I think she laid such a solid closing and such a solid case and background. I mean, just floored it. Um, she's not going to need anything. But remember what I said, guys? Yeah, Mama's mastermind, Mama Drama, Mama Drama Donna is the
Just
mastermind.
the way she spoke in those emails and text messages with Charlie
Right here.
was, you
So
didn't even, to me, it didn't even feel like a familial relationship. It didn't feel like a mother-son relationship in those messages. It was so toxic.
yeah, it was. I'm trying to get to she what got me was some of the words and what she called him.
Mm.
Am I going back the wrong way? I'm going back the wrong way. There it is. I'm sitting here in the kitchen table in Wendy's house working on her response to Danny, response to her petition. You know, I went through a nasty divorce. My ex-husband went to prison, and the divorce was not a relationship divorce, meaning at the time until he was arrested, I had no idea we had any problems. But that said, you know, the divorce happened because of his crime, and it was still nasty. And I never would have allowed my mother to be a part of any of that. I mean, she's a grown ass woman. Why are you allowing your mom to go through and working on the responses? That's ridiculous.
But she's still denying that she did this.
Yeah, and I'm sorry the captioning got in the way, but it's so sad because all she wants out of this is to relocate. That's what the mother wanted, but um this was interested, you know, wanted a psych eval, sick and dangerous to their well-being, cause mental and physical harm. This is speaking of the what Donna was saying about Charlie.
And
That he
I
just
think, yeah, I also think, Ada, that Donna had so much power in this that
she did.
that Wendy believed her. She really took in everything that Wendy was being told. Wendy just soaked this up and just, I think she was frightened to contradict her mom.
Yeah. And here's the thing. This is one thing that got me. Wendy had no problem with Charlie in any way, shape, or form until the red room. I mean, until the divorce. Gibbers, Dark Lord, asshole, narcissist, bastard, bully, motherfucker, a royal jackass piece of shit. Why would a mother-in-law be getting in the middle of this to that level? Why would the mother-in-law want to be in it that deep? That is what concerned me.
And I don't think, you know, when she said about, obviously, that the prosecutor said that she knew all of the travel plans, and she had the receipts of every trip he'd made. And I don't think that was because she kept them separate. I think it was because she kept such meticulous notebooks that she marked down every time he was away, so that she just just so she knew when he was away, so she knew where every family member was at every single time, which is very controlling. But you're left going, all she had to do was go back through our little notebooks and pull up the receipts.
Well, but here's something that let's go all the way back to the very beginning, first trial. And what in one of the interviews, Wendy said, I didn't really love the man when I married him, but I wanted to have children. Basically, he'd make a good father, and I settled for him. But I really didn't and wasn't in love with him. Love was not a factor in whether I should marry him. In other words, he was just a sperm donor to get her children.
And he had money.
And he had, well, they're both lawyers, so but he had money, and they would have a lifestyle that they both could afford and want. And settling for somebody, this is what's going to happen.
Mhm.
I don't think that Wendy was emotionally attached to him in any way, shape, or form, other than it was somebody that she could have kids with. And I think that is the root of where all this began. I think
Yeah.
that, and her mom knew it. And that's why her mom was getting on dating sites, even while she was married and trying to hook up her daughter. I'm all like, what mother in their right mind is going to condone? I spilled coffee. Sorry, guys. Is going to condone. I just saw that. Is going to condone their daughter having an affair, and to the point that you're so involved in the relationship and so involved in the marriage and so involved in the controlling of your daughter's life that you're going to sit there and you're going to pick the men. What's the matter?
Ada, here's a good one for you. Did Wendy get life insurance money?
I can look that up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, Erin, absolutely. I think she was too. Wendy was.
I would be.
Mhm. Oh, if you hear it, I may have to mute because my dog, I'm sitting on the bed. My dog is going to try and get up on the bed, and half of his ritual about getting up on the bed is he has to have a little bark at us first.
That's okay. That's okay. We love doggies. Hey, I lost my service dog in March, and I'm still crying. I mean, it just.
No.
So I love
Absolutely.
barks. Don't mute it. Don't. I love it.
All right. Absolutely. We lost our last one August bank holiday Monday a year ago. So just over a year ago, we lost ours. And come on.
Okay, so Dan Markel, Dan Markel. To be clear, there is no credible evidence or reportings indicated that Wendy Adelson received any insurance payout from Dan's death. But here's the thing. They were divorced. So when I got divorced, and other people, when you get divorced, if the spouse has life insurance and you get a divorce, that life insurance policy is changed to somebody else with no penalty.
Yes.
So most often it's the children. So when I got a divorce, my ex had $1 million policy. I was immediately removed, and the children remain. So I would say absolutely no. She was not in a position to receive.
Hold on. State of confusion. Did you recognize a doxy bark there? Because this one is a doxy that's just jumped up onto the sofa. A doxy is a dachshund. I've got a long-haired miniature. All mine have been long hairs. I've never had a smooth hair. I've never had a wired. So this one now is just coming on 14. His dad and our other one lasted till 17. Yes, they're convinced they're big dogs. Hold on a minute. I'll see if I can.
Yes,
Harry,
they are convinced that they are big dogs.
come here. Here we go.
And that's true. The sister became the beneficiary, but she is receiving. Oh, hi, boo. She is receiving the SS money for the children in the sums of almost $4,000 a month, I believe. Between the two children, she's receiving almost $4,000 a month is a number I heard. Yeah. Oh.
So this is Harry, and Harry's just turning 14.
Oh, hi, Harry.
And he never had a grey hair until Bailey passed away last year. And he really struggled. So this one, who, when Harry was alive, always They lived in the kitchen. Well, they didn't live in the kitchen. They slept overnight in the kitchen. No, he's now in our bed because he struggles now being separated.
Yeah, and that's hard at their age to lose somebody. when
Well, he
they're
was
that-
born, that's it, for 13 years. He's been in a pack. Oh, yes.
Aw,
Yes, I had a shaded, his dad was a shaded red, and my other one was a chocolate dapple.
no. Oh. Oh, look at that. Looks like, oh, Mom, I'm on camera.
Look at him. I'm going. There you go.
Oh, that's okay. We don't,
Yum, yum.
so, but I wrote a comment down, and I think the DA was right. This was an emotional warfare.
Mm,
Subterfuge, I can't say that word, but it was an emotional warfare.
subterfuge. Yeah.
Subterfuge.
Yeah. Subterfuge.
I hadn't heard that one in a while. Subterfuge, and I think this is the. I thought Sarah Boone was bad. Oh my gosh, Donna Adelson takes the cake. Sarah Boone's just a sick bitch. This woman is.
Well, this is what there was a few of us talking, me and Erin were talking, obviously right at the beginning before you started the stream, was about Donna and Laura. I was saying the only thing to me that the defence didn't do was bring up our next door neighbour who raves about our biscuits and gravy. To me, I wouldn't have been surprised if someone had told us how good a cook she was, because it was the only thing that was missing out of this amazing saint of a woman.
Yeah.
And that we were like, and I think that Erin had said that her and Laurie could share recipes about biscuits and gravy and green chili chicken enchiladas. And then we were like, Sarah could what was it? She's going to provide the wine from the prison distillery. And then Nancy Brophy's going to read them bedtime stories. There's been some nasty. There's been some nasty women recently. Really, really.
How bad men are, but man, I will tell you, if I had a choice to work in a women's prison or a men's prison, give me men. I would be living in a state of bitchism because I wouldn't put up with them. I would be no.
Boon booze. Yes, magnums of Boone prison wine. Oh.
Well, the thing for Donna Adelson is I had a little debate with somebody about her testifying or not testifying. I think she did the right thing. I think in her flesh, she really wanted to tell her story. She really wanted to testify. And I think her attorneys were saying, "Boo, you will be gone. You get on that stand, you might as well just sign your own death warrant."
I think she really, really, really wanted to. And they were talking her out of it. And I think that was where I'd said on Discord and I'd said in here as well, I wouldn't have been surprised if they tried this morning to get her to testify because she was kicking up a stink. And I know they've rested and everything, but I would not have been surprised if they tried. I really wouldn't have been.
I was a dog groomer for buku years. I had a wonderful salon. I mean, it was a salon, y'all. I was certified canine masseuse. It was a salon. It wasn't no just grooming shop. I had the treats. I had the clothes. I love Belgian Malinois.
Mm. There's a groomer by us, grooms from our house, and she's got an enclosed garden. The sessions take so long because the dog's got to run around in the garden first.
Yeah, you know why? Empty them bladders and bowels.
Oh yeah, and also tires them out, so they're a little bit less likely to
That's
kick
right.
off.
Exactly. I always tell them, take them for a walk, get them exhausted from
Oh,
bringing them in, especially the high energy dogs. But anyway, I'm on the fence about the husband, Harvey. Harvey, I don't think Harvey knew about any of this in the beginning. Because it was very clear in some communications and that they presented that they said that dad didn't know anything about this.
yeah.
We haven't told dad, dad doesn't know. And back when those communications were made, they weren't under the microscope like they are now in a trial. It's not like that was made in a comment in a jail cell call after the conviction of Charlie. That was made in the middle of everything before they knew they were under investigation. So I truly felt that that was a credible and comment. I really do.
Hmm.
But I do believe that once all this transpired and then they had to get out of country, I think they told him what had happened, and he's like, "Okay, what I got to protect my family till I figure this out."
Hmm.
But right now, yeah, I think at some point he did know. But what could he do? I mean, after the fact, he can't. I mean, they can't go after him. He's not. There's not enough there.
If he if he knew after the fact, is he the sort of person who is going to go to the authorities?
Mm-mm. He's under. He's under that thumb of the.
Oh, do you know what? When you see him sitting there, I'm just like, you don't even feel energy. He doesn't feel like a big presence of a man. Oh my gosh. Have you read State of Confusions about the German Shepherd, Ada? If these were pedigree, I would be suing.
Oh, definitely suing because that can mess up.
At
Oh, wow.
9 months. Oh my God. That's our first
I would be suing
season.
no matter what.
That's our first season. That dog is not ready.
Not ready. No. And I tell people I do not get an animal fixed, and I don't fix them as puppies. I wait till they go through one season or one
Well,
cycle.
oh my gosh. So how long ago was this State of Confusion? Because, oh, that poor puppy.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with that. I agree. But I would have been suing.
there's no, it's duty of care by the groomer.
Yeah, that's their responsibility to, and it was her own personal dog.
Oh, do you know what, Deborah? Deborah, I absolutely say to people that there is no age limit. Whether you want to go and do a night class to learn a language or a craft or anything, there's the groomer said she, oh, isn't that nice? They'll groom them for free.
For fuck's sake, I would be going back and I would be suing.
Yeah,
As a groomer,
yeah.
it is
Um,
my responsibility, number one, for safety, not even getting pregnant, safety. Never have more than one dog out at a time and never have a personal animal in the shop. Number one. Number two, it's your responsibility
yeah,
to keep them from getting pregnant and safe. Not charge. Oh, I'm about ready to go biatch on this.
well, I'm like,
That's puppy.
one,
EPAR. EPAR. That's
what?
I'm
Oh, this is about 15 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Wow. But, oh my God. Oh, I mean, most groomers will have separate compartments for all the dogs to keep them separate in between. If they do have like a conveyor belt grooming system where they're not like drop off and pick up an hour later. if they do have it like that.
That was the groomer's personal dog that got
That's what I'm saying. So has their dog got the run of literally the run of everything? How many? I would wonder how many times this has happened before.
Yeah.
Because then you would, to me, the groomer would be saying, I don't shapoos. Oh.
I bet they were gorgeous though.
You would be saying, if you knew that had happened once, and if you were still going to carry on grooming, you would never want to have any dog there that was around their season. But oh bless.
Oh, that makes me mad. That's puppy Epar. Just saying. So I have to get off of this topic or I'm going to get really, really out there on it.
But yeah, but no, Harvey, and I think what Erin said, usually when you have a domineering woman like Donna, they have a Sigma husband. And
I agree.
Yeah.
I think he was kitty whipped, if you know what I mean. Kitty whipped.
Oh, absolutely. And he still looks it. He looks, but I will say for him, he's come there and he's been there for it. He's been there for our whole case.
Do you know he is living in a $1.5 million condo high rise right now? He is. I have the video during lunch. Will you want to stay on because
if that's okay, what I'll do is I'll just mute myself. I'm going to pop my camera up because I'm going for a comfort break as well.
Well, I'll pop you. Don't worry about it because I can pop you like this and I can see when you come in. And I'll mute you. But real quick, when we go to Verdict Watch, I have some videos that we can go through. And one of them is a video of the place that it's not with his contents, but I have a video of the place of where he was.
Wow.
Okay.
Right. So if you...
There we go. You're out. You can see and hear, but we can't hear or see you. All right, let's go.
And are not a part of evidence.
I'm going to go back. There we go.
It's not just the ones that are in evidence, Your Honors. It's also the other ones that we had requested and submitted as court exhibits.
Well, these are items that are not in evidence. I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
Or anything that is not admitted at this time, it cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration.
Is this your first rodeo, Boo? I have a question. Seriously, is this your first rodeo? Do you not understand how many times has the judge said this? The judge has said it multiple times. You are not permitted to put anything into evidence, anything in your closing that was not admitted as evidence. Why are we having this conversation? Why? To me, that's bullshit.
The pages of the two calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense. And just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
June, just so you know, if you look over, you'll see something called private chat on the far right-hand side. Okay, if you need to comment or do anything, do it there between us.
You can bring in the jurors.
Bring the jury. Here we go, y'all. And anytime you want to talk, just unmute yourself and start talking.
I will. I can't believe that they're still trying to get stuff in. Well, I can.
You rested your case.
You'll have
He's acting.
the
Finally
beautiful
got that little piece
presentation
of
of the state.
ketchup.
While Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by
Mad.
putting the items on display.
That's fine.
It is maddening. This
So
judge,
is she doing the closing?
she's doing the opening and the closing. This guy cannot public speak to save his butt.
That's probably why he's just going to be pushing buttons now. Talk about being whipped.
If I wasn't scared of law school, I'd be going to law school. But at this point, law school would pigeonhole me too much into what I want to do in the rest of my life. I should have been a lawyer or a doctor. But I believed people when I was young saying I couldn't do anything.
Oh, I got told that off my parents.
Yeah,
Well, off my mum.
Yeah. He's a big man, but he looks tiny in that chair. You know, that chair is, I love that. That chair's, I looked it up. That's a $2,000 to $3,000 chair.
It's a comfy chair, that one.
Oh, I know. I'm like, can I have one like that?
Because he's not fidgeting. There's no trying to get comfy.
I did learn yesterday because I didn't know my chair would go back. I'm not one who usually goes back in chairs, but I did yesterday and thought I was going to fall. The judge gave him time to get organized and they're still chaotic. Yeah, and look at the prosecution just standing here like.
But they were told to go in 10 minutes beforehand, get it prepped. They should have spent the other time getting ready for what they were going to do when they got in. And this. Ooh.
He's sweating. He's doing this a lot. This man is nervous as a. Ooh, I got my notepad ready.
Well, I'm going to put myself on mute because I might end up getting angry.
But if you want to say something, wave and we'll pause because we can do that. It's my show. Pause. I'm getting.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed
down the
your lunch
best.
break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's
Yes.
closing. Defense, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's been a long day.
Yes, it
I've
has.
heard a lot.
Yes, we
I
have.
hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay?
No.
So, it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, They put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client. And what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And
I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I can't help it. I'll make it quick. Blame game already?
Oh,
They did it, not me.
mm,
It's all them. It's all them. What the hell?
thi-
So
that's
proud.
what
You are an ex-freaking judge. You should have this shit nailed.
she hasn't even gone into our closing arguments. She hasn't even gone into what she's already wrote down. She's like, never mind this. It's tittle tattle. It's schoolyard.
Bullshit.
I told you she looked like a high schooler in a blazer that didn't fit.
And no, she
You
looks
know,
like an
you know the
ex granny in a blazer.
No, you know when you get told you're
Yeah.
going to wear it, you'll grow into it, right? And as I said, when I said that, I thought, I apologize. She may have lost weight, but I'm sorry.
No. She's always skinny. This is,
But
I've seen pictures. This is normal.
I think she spilled her coffee down her and had to borrow his. It looks like it would fit him.
And she's had the same earrings on every day.
Maybe she
They're
doesn't have any
power
more.
earrings.
If she can't, then look. If she can't afford another suit, she can't afford a pair of earrings.
Thank you so much, Erin. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Yeah, someone ended up dead. I would say it was a contentious divorce.
yeah. I love the way that the prosecution was saying, look, it was big to him. But state of confusion. I thought that, but
No, if you look at pictures,
she
she
should.
has lost weight, but not that much weight. She's always been real tiny.
I'm sorry. Am I wrong in thinking that lawyers have an etiquette about how they're supposed to dress?
Well, from the waist up, I don't think it's too bad, but the pants are so long that she's stepping on the hem.
Well,
That's
she needs her cuffs taken up as well.
Yes, she does. Okay, I had to stop because the blame game, it's like, let's start shoveling the shit now because it's flying.
they
Yeah,
started this
so
case
it's
saying
like
the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented, not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state...
A hoot to do. I got to write that down. That's good. That is so good. Hoot.
Oh, I'm sorry, right? But just like, you may have looked at me and thought, what's she doing? I'm like, Yeah.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. You were still blaming the prosecution. You were spending valuable time putting in the jury's ears blame game, and they're not going to respect that. If you spent the time just summarizing and reminding and putting up there your case, focus on your client.
Sorry,
The prosecution.
I'm laughing that Emmerdale starts in 30 minutes. I just looked, I thought, yeah, it starts at 7:30. British soap operas. I don't watch the soaps, so look in the that's brilliant.
Aaron, hurry up.
Near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state threw a law enforcement officer
You can't remember who the person was. It's your job to remember who they were. What, were you sleeping? Did you watch it on YouTube on one of the court commentators? Was this a replay for you? Holy
solicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you that.
What? Is there a peaceful murder? Aren't all red rooms brutal? I'm sorry.
No, but some of them are very gentle.
Rivera, who was one of the killers,
so gentle,
decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendy, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, you know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markel. Those 2 people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that Catherine Magbanawa, that's right. Catherine Magbanawa is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now, her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document. And he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson.
All her fault.
Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe. And he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, relocation, relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about.
It feels like she hasn't got a closing planned. It's just, I am going to attack whatever the prosecution said. Does it feel like that?
Feels like a bunch of BS and that she has no idea what she's doing.
No, it's just attack. Yeah. It's just attack the, yeah. There's no, if she says the prosecution said this, but through this evidence, I can show you this. But it's not.
I'm with you 100% on this.
Yeah.
This does not.
This isn't a closing argument.
This is. Oh no, you're right. Love it. Leave it. It's fine. I love hearing it. You can unmute, Boo. It's okay if you want to. Yeah. All she should be doing is focusing on, you're right, a state of confusion. She needs to be focusing on raising doubt. She needs to be focusing on her client and not sitting here going against everything that was said. You're wasting time. This is not good. Yeah.
Relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now,
No.
have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony, she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing. And she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment.
Diane, I love you and thank you. You need to go ahead and remove your name from your thing because it's hiding your hands, boo.
I don't think I put it on there. Can you take it off? Edit name. Hold on.
Hold on. I
Yeah.
got it.
Hello, Diane. Yes, if you click on edit name, I think you can jiggle around with it there.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm done. Okay, let me make me bigger.
Actually, your head's getting cut off, so you need to actually back up.
I can do that. We don't need my head cut off. Hi, June.
Hi, Miss Diane. How are you?
I'm fine. Busy morning.
Oh, we've had a busy morning here listening to.
This lady likes to talk.
Oh, she's angry. She's angry. You just sign. We will just bash our hands on the lectern.
By the way, she is just so you know, she's Donna Adelson's attorney. We have already heard the prosecution's closing arguments. We are now in the defense's closing arguments in the beginning stage. We have up to 2 hours. So if I need to bounce a little bit with you, I can. Although I'll go change clothes if I need to. And then we have a 7-minute rebuttal by the prosecution. All right.
And that's what those emails say.
They're not going to need
suggest
it.
some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter. And now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can.
But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64.
Oh, thank you for your honesty.
And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Jibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge. One, she didn't know about it, but 2, somebody claiming you said the word stupid. That's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, they want to point at the other one and point at the other one and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator size safe that he has at his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 stapled, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her 6th story now, has decided she'd like to see her kids someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet. And he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense. And they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanawa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the Evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the Evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that.
Okay, I gotta hop in, guys. I gotta. Wendy is being thrown under the bus so freaking hard right now. I gotta get a green screen. So hard right now. All the wheels on the bus that go round and round are treading all over her face. Like I said earlier, Wendy, how does it feel to be run over by the Mommy Dearest bus? June, what do you think?
It's like, as I said, it's my poor little Southern Mima. How could you think she could do anything? She just sits at home in her little apron and makes biscuits and gravy. Yeah. I'm sorry, Diane.
She's laughing so hard she had to use her inhaler. I turned your mic on, Diane.
I said cookies.
I've said that so many times. I think we talked about that. It was like they're just painting her to be this little innocent lady, and she's on about the money. And all I could say in the chat was, "What about all the checks that had a name on that Donna signed?" The thing with the wet money, all I could think, I think they misunderstood money laundering. I don't think they realized it wasn't supposed to actually go in the machine. And I'm like, that's all I could think, that they've literally, we're laundering this money. Oh. Yeah, I agree. But Erin, but they kept saying, didn't the judge ask her if she was on board with the strategy that our defense team was using? So if she's on board with the strategy, mind you, she still may not have been aware what this woman was going to say, because she's just Diane, does this sound planned to you? Does this sound no?
I think these people are just all crazy. She likes to hear some talk.
Oh, you missed her stab. She was literally being Miss Stabby finger earlier on to make a point. She's just stabbing her fingernail off the thing and thumb, and you're just like, no.
She's gonna have to go get her nails redone if she keeps it up.
Yeah, a little red nails, or
I changed the format so we can be seen a little better.
That absolutely. I've just been telling Diane about Miss Stabby with her finger on the.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh.
I said you have to get her nails redone.
Oh, she's full of this anger, which I'm already angry. I don't know what the jury will be thinking.
I think Donna didn't testify, so she's testifying for her. And their strategy, you're correct. And honestly, it's a good one. I have to confess. It's to throw Wendy under the bus. That's the best thing you can do at this point, is to throw Wendy under the bus. And due to the immunity, Wendy, it's limited. And if they can go back and watch this testimony and they can find that she willfully misled, then her immunity goes bye-bye. Okay, let's get back into it, or we'll be here all day. I know, it's like, whoosh, everybody calm down. I know.
But she's responsible for sending out an Evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her 2 sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her 2 sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McBanawa said in her testimony violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping, refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3- and 4-year-old. And
Ada, if my screen's in the way for people for the subtitles, just put me in the back room for a while if it's in anybody's way.
I can fix that.
number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it, your legal arguments.
Diane,
and
go ahead and
you
take over. while I
ask for
fix it.
what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal and safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up.
Organization, please.
What is the evidence that supports 2 things? 1, that my client did not know it had been filed, and 2, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is from Wendy's testimony that he continued himself, because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th. And the testimony was for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something. And then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Ms.
Marsha. Wendy. I couldn't help it.
Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys, and she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes, and they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna. They say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available? If you've got a homicide plan? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want.
That has been the only amount of information out of the whole defense's case that remotely could make sense. Remotely make sense. That's the only argument you got. Would you make an earlier plan if you had planned a red room?
And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you, like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now, let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear.
I told y'all I had to get ready for an event tonight.
Am I here?
I need to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's to you today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you.
I have to stop here because this is why. I have been many times in an ER setting, or a couple of times in a setting like this, when a person has had to call and inform a family member that somebody in their life, in their family, has been seriously harmed or even deceased. Okay? I have never in my whole time ever heard it so calm from the person who's doing the calling. This is like she's reporting her son's grades on a report card.
Yeah, I agree.
This is normally, oh my God, Mom, are you sitting down? Please sit down. I got to tell you. Oh my God. There's no urgency. There's no fear. There's nothing but, oh, Mom, are you sitting down? Yeah. I'm going to order pizza in a minute, but I need to tell you that my ex-husband was shot.
Yeah, even if there was no love there, none of this, there still would be a level of, well, I assume, yeah, a level of shock that doesn't, it's not even feel like she's shocked by the news she's telling.
I know. That's what, and I remember thinking that the first time I heard this, and I don't think I shared that information with y'all, but it, to me, is, it just doesn't compute. It's okay. It doesn't compute. Her behavior is more suspicious than anything to me right now. Just saying.
To either fly, obviously you can't commute right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you wanna come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. 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 Love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call. Let us know that it's done. It's 7:00 at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed, because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc. And they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house. They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchenda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson, my co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Byrd. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts, and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Bird. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and/or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Bird in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there's an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Bird wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markel was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend, and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markel, and now they're demanding money. And so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited. If I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her, right around $1,000 a month to Katie McBanawa, it'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator, and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever that Charlie Adelson signed. for his business because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawah. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
What is it? Okay, I'll get back. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen, no, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that you know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Google for quite some time after your problem on more than resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had before. And we want to make sure that you're going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder because she doesn't call the cops. She calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Can I have just 1 second, please?
No. No, you may not. Side, Bob.
Why am I not surprised?
They like sidebars.
Was this over the sidebar over the code word?
Always.
What?
Always.
Well, they were talking about the code words, and all of a sudden we've got a sidebar.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're going somewhere that they don't want to open the door to, I guess. I don't know. I find it interesting though. She finally stepped away from the blame game and is actually presenting a closing argument. However, it's still shitty as hell. Oh, do I look okay, y'all, for tonight? I got to change my pants. I'm in just some pink pants right now.
It was beautiful as always, love. I'm so glad you feel better.
Jury will take a brief break at this time. If you
Oh.
need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
No, we're not going to continue with Diane, because Diane has another appointment.
All right, you got to go, babe?
I do.
All right, love you.
Lovely to meet you, darling.
You too, darling. We shall see more of each other, I'm sure.
Bye, love.
Probably.
When are we going to take our cruise?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's next year.
Oh, gee. I'm ready now.
Everyone can be seated.
Oh, I'll see you later.
If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
I don't understand why there's a break.
I don't either. Maybe one of the jurors need a break. You know, they could have raised their hand.
Well, I suppose in the Brooks case, she did like to let our jurors stand up and stretch their legs, but they never left the courtroom. They just stood up, gave a stretch, and sat back down.
Well, but what I'm wondering is if the prosecution I'm wondering, I'm making ourselves a little, I'm fitness. I'm redoing our pages so we can all be seen. I'm wondering if they were one of the jurors needed to use the ladies' room.
Possibly. That, hang on, maybe a man.
Or more men. Somebody has to use the tag.
Somebody. Yeah, don't blame us ladies. It could have been a man. But
I don't know.
I mean, I'm just wondering what the objection could have been around the code word thing.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Yeah, that's something that I was like, "What?"
Why? It's like, why bring it up as an objection? Is there something that we've missed?
Maybe, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out in a minute, I guess.
Possibly. If we go back,
Welcome to American Sweetheart. None of us understand. Hello, Angela. Hello, Angela. Quarters on break. You come in and they go to break, boo. Now I'm turning back
well,
on.
come on, Ada, let's do the recap of the closing arguments up to now. She had very nice red nails that are probably very chipped now. She did a lot of
Probably bruised,
stabby.
and she's probably
She's got a bruised. She's got a bruised fist.
And she's getting dry mouth because she's spitting as she's talking.
Oh, she's just. I don't like the. I know she's doing emphasizing, but to me, this is just coming across as angry lady. It's not coming across as I'm emphasizing these points. It's just coming across as aggression.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's in our favor or not.
What does your mama always tell you? You catch more what with what? Oh. Why does this go off? Huh. Hold on. My light turned off for some reason.
Oh.
Oh, that makes a little. I have a side light.
Well, I've put my side light on because it's, I don't know why, but it's starting to get very dark earlier now in the UK. So this is only 8:10 and it's already dusk and I cannot be bothered to get up and turn the big light on.
Well, 8:10, we are already getting, we're already getting dark at about that time here in the US. How dark at 9 o'clock-ish is the latest it stays light. It's dusking at 9 in the summer, but only for a very short time. Our average is between 7 and 8.
It seems to have hit very quickly.
Yeah. Well, and I hate it. We have the time zone change, and I hate it when it gets dark at 5:30. It pisses me off.
With the hour, do you do it where you gain an hour and you lose an hour?
Flies with honey. To tell you.
Yeah, I don't think she's being very endearing. I know it's her job to be more emphatic about it, but
well, you got to have a balance, and I don't think there is a balance here at all. I think that she put that wall. The wall came up with the jury immediately when because she came in so hard, and all she did was bash, uh, name call and bash and all that was just inappropriate. And I think that the way she came in is going to hurt her in the long run.
it's the fact that you can say, well, Charlie has been convicted of this. I understand how she can say that.
Right.
I understand where she can come from because that's been a trial and she can say he has been found guilty of this. So we can infer from that. But, that doesn't mean the mother was involved. But she's just like, the way she went for Wendy.
I knew she was going to go for Wendy. I'm not surprised at her going for Wendy. What I am surprised at is the way she did it. I think that this woman does not have a finessing bone in her body, and that is what she truly needs. I definitely be laying down watching. Yeah, please, Angela, please.
It's a totally different vibe.
Totally different vibe. But bye. We'll miss you, Deborah. Thank you so much, honey boo.
Bye.
But for me, one of the interesting points, and well, not a point, just an observation. If I am on a jury and I'm sitting here, she lost me in the first 2 minutes, and she's
Yeah.
not getting me back. And I really don't know. I don't know who chose these lawyers for Donna, but they have not been the best of selections. And now, if the good news is the jury doesn't know the history behind this lawyer. She does not know the history behind the fact that she was a judge that was removed from the bench due to disability and medical reasons, but also had inappropriate. Well, she was under investigation for inappropriate behaviors as a judge as well. So they don't have that information like we do. So it makes it easier for them to just dislike her based on what they're seeing here, or like her. Some of them may like her based on what they're seeing here. But for us, we know a whole lot more, and it's harder for us to even begin to like this woman. Wendy recommended these lawyers for Donna. Oh, Wendy.
Well, Wendy recommended them so that if Wendy goes up for trial, she doesn't have to have them.
That's a conflict of interest. She can't.
So she can't have them.
Well, if Donna.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let's palm them off on Donna so at least I can get a couple of good ones.
Well, but here's the thing. Even the male attorney says that he has an appellate. Well, I'll go back to that later. Staying on this part of the, if Donna signs a waiver, giving her waiver, then if Wendy wanted these attorneys, just like what happened with Donna and Charlie, Donna originally had Charlie's attorney. They both had the same lawyer. And Charlie would not sign the release for his mom to maintain and keep having that attorney because he had her. He had the attorney first.
Yeah.
If Wendy wanted Donna's attorneys to represent her, Donna would have to sign the same release. If she does not sign that same release, then she's in the same boat as her mama. I don't think she would keep these attorneys if she's smart.
I like that, Evan. Yeah.
Oh, that's not a fact. Oh, I'm sorry.
We took it as.
But she may have.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Just a quick heads up for anybody who may be wondering. I'm June. I'm usually in the chat on here. I've come on to join Ada. The accent you're hearing, if you some guessed it right down to where I came from. That was wonderful. So I come from the northeast of England in a little place called Newcastle, about an hour's drive away from Scotland. So that's the accent you're hearing.
Well,
yes, state of confusion. You got me straight away. You listen to too much Anton Deck.
Yep, exactly. Well, I'm Irish. I'm an O'Neill by birth, which I know English and Irish do not normally get along well.
We're fine.
But I can play the Irish whistle.
Lovely.
And I can play the native flute. I'm a musician by trade. I mean, been a musician since I was fourth grade. So by 6th grade, I'd mastered the clarinet when everyone was just learning how to hold it.
I'm not musical at all. My youngest has just finished his degree in music.
Oh, I do have my native flute here somewhere.
But he's in a heavy metal band now.
Oh, so. Now that's not my cup of tea.
No. Very metal.
I appreciate the musicality, but that's not my cup of tea. So yeah, I'm definitely I definitely want to find a way to get over to Europe. Maybe I'll come see you.
Yeah. Do you know what? I have got a caravan, like a holiday home on the Northumberland coast, and it's right on the beach. It's on the top of the cliff by the beach.
Oh,
Let us know when you want to come. We've got direct beach access.
well, I think I would need about $10,000. I don't have.
What for?
I don't know how much it costs to travel from the U.S. to.
Oh, true, just for the flights.
Yeah, that's $2,000 just for the flight. And if I'm going to go, I'm not going to go in normal class. Boo. This chick is going to go in business.
Yeah, it's a long. I did it in economy.
You did? How long did it take you?
Too long. All I know is I slept the entire way back. It was about 3 planes, and I know I slept the entire way back because we'd been due to ice. We had to stay the night in the airport. I'm saying we. It was me and 3 other passengers. All were put onto planes the following day, so we were all awake overnight. And I got on the plane. I slept for 7.5 hours, and I snore. So for 7.5 hours, the whole plane had to listen to me snore.
Oh, you didn't have your CPAP with you, huh?
I just snore. Well, I did. I've lost weight since then. I don't snore as much, but they just had to listen to me snore.
Well, I guess, hopefully they slept, some of them.
I don't know. I don't. Do you know what it was? I was asleep. I don't care. I would just put if it was a person next to me, I would have just put headphones on and just blocked it out.
Well, my thing is that I would have to take a sleeping pill because I don't think I could sleep. I don't think I could sleep.
I don't know if you can come direct from. I wonder if you can get direct to Newcastle.
That would be an expensive flight. Anything direct, I'm sure, is expensive. Anything direct.
Sometimes the flights, my first one, I had to fly over to Schiphol first in Amsterdam and then over to the States. Return, KLM, £544 from.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Are we coming back?
One stop, $404 one way.
Yeah, it's not as expensive as you think.
Well, let's do business. That's economy.
Oh, I'm going to have a look in what it'll be, first or business then.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm getting these hot flashes.
Oh, don't look at business class. Don't.
Why am I said Austin, Texas. What did you get?
About 2,500, which is what you thought.
And you live in where?
Newcastle.
UK, right?
Yeah. You might have to do it with one change.
Well, that's fine. No. Edit. Not US, UK.
And are you doing a change at Schiphol, Amsterdam?
I'm waiting for it.
You will need a fortune for that airport. It's one of the most expensive airports there is, bar Dubai, and it's got a diamond shop in it.
So I would go from Austin to Seattle, domestic premium cabin, first premium, and then ground transfer 13 miles to Newcastle. What?
What? Where are you going to?
I'm going to share this just for the heck of it while they do their crap. Here's what it says.
No, not Newcastle, Washington, near Seattle.
I told them no. That's what it keeps throwing at me.
Oh, it went further down if you meant UK.
Oh, well. It's being funny. But yeah, $2,000 is, I figured it right.
But you'd love it up here.
I don't want to come when it's super cold.
No. You need to come any time from May or June. May onwards.
The flight is 10 to 11 hours. It goes to either via London or Amsterdam.
Yeah.
The lowest price was $2,100 in August, and the highest is $3,500 in January.
Really? It's cheaper in the summer.
Flight search tools for $1,200 round trip, like economy or premium economy.
I've done premium economy. That gives you extra leg room and a newspaper.
Oh, I would do business. I won't go. Yeah. See, that's why, somebody would have to die and leave me money.
Yeah. Not that we're wishing that on anybody.
No. Somebody would have to die and leave me money.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
I want to go to Ireland, Scotland, of course, England. I want to do castles. I would love to do, when I travel, I don't want to stay in hotels. I don't want to stay with, in all these high end. I want to find a grandma and grandpa who have they rent out their room and
Airbnb.
a little B&B. I want to stay on a farm somewhere. I want to get real life cultural experiences, go to real festivals and things like that. And I want to be gone for weeks. I don't want to go and do the touristy crap. Although I would probably spend a day, go to Buckingham and go see that, just, quick little daily things. But I want to meet the real people. And when I go to Ireland, I inherited a little bit of land, and I mean it's split and split and split and split through the generations. But I want to do the real deal. I don't like the touristy traps.
Oh.
I want to stay with you on the beach.
Fulford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
A man was shot in San Francisco on a highway.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had after the bump, right? Do you have
What?
that?
Is that what I'm talking? Oh God.
You had all of break to get your shite together.
Yeah, but she's relying on him.
But you're looking at him when he's the head attorney, the lead attorney always sits on the outside. But you got more experience. Why are you fumbling this? This is horrible, y'all. It's horrible. That's all I got to say. This is a train wreck, in my opinion.
There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter.
Yeah, double check it's ready. Nope, it's not. It's not.
The statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, "So my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked and soon so will you." Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, "Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about." Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now or I'm going after the 100K. So threatening, "I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here and you're going to do something about it." That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markel being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously. if you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Danny?
I'm sorry.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Donna Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes, yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay.
I
You left a message on my voicemail?
right, you did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what it, listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just gotta listen to me.
You need to ask who this person looks like, what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And we know that Kate has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
all I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tasso told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, 1.5 years of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused this. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
Just like that day.
Somebody else is eating on a live? Thank you.
When I talk to you.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to bother. It's only an apple. You can eat what you eat an apple.
Eat whatever you want. I'm good with it.
He needed the 5K, spend 5K, that's all we were asking for. Don't do that.
I don't know who Sasso is, you don't understand.
We know you know who Sasso is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows stuff. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tasso. I know you don't know who Tasso is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you that, you want to send me 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money, get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends,
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, and we know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not making any sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie, talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother Tasso, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
To talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah. Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this. And 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything. I know everybody. I know what happened. And she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words. And one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted. He has to pay this money. He has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the two of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street.
Just the two of us. Allie, actually, just the five of us. There's 5 of them. And she's included.
They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me. So I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters. It's the evidence that's presented.
Love the mug.
The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the first degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markel be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following 2 elements beyond reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? Means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markel. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, You have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. So you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Would you put that one? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says good for single/multiple entries, that it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that. So he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted. And it's worse. And here's the thing. The state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on. This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing. I think you got to hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed. And the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even
Yes,
look
learn
at
how
it
to focus.
to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented. And just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges. And they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Danny Markel was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is. They think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not, but maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know.
I think about another 30 minutes-ish.
Oh, she wasn't fleeing this country. Yeah, I'm gonna sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said.
How many times are you going to say email?
Anything about wanting Danny Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Ms. Fulford, State, you may give your rebuttal.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. I haven't. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Where's the other side? What do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role, not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3 and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. It's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around Grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
What? Another sidebar. You're garbled. You're real garbled.
Oh, is that okay there?
No, it's digital.
Is that any better?
Nope. Do you want to leave and come back in?
Will the link, if I leave and come back in, Rob?
Same link. Do you have it?
I didn't save it, I just clicked. Oh, hang on, he's back.
Continue.
Okay.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover. But what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman says, quote, I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Quotations on the sad. 64II. I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signator, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why?
Good
Because she
point.
was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first
Had to do it.
thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we've lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates.
Okay, I really wish they would not dismiss the alternates because the problem is, well, oh yay, I got to get used to using that app, June. But the alternate jurors, I know they have to separate them from the main jury body of the main body, but sometimes they fully dismiss them. I'm like, no, because jurors have gotten sick in the middle of deliberations or car accident on the way home or whatever, and you need to re-engage them. No, I don't like it when they do that. Try and talk and see if it's garbled.
How's that?
Perfect.
Oh. Oh, that was a good rebuttal. To the point. She'd taken notes. She knew what she was linking back to. You know, if they're going to come and start their closing by saying, the prosecution said this, what a load of shit. I'm going to tell you what they said is exactly the same, but I'm bringing the receipts to show you. And I loved, it's true what somebody put in the chat. If I say I'm outside your house, I'm outside your house, not 5 miles away. How can you? Oh, I don't know. That. Oh, thank you, Frank. It's a Geordie accent.
Okay, we have a poll up. We got 14 of y'all in. Thank you guys for joining us. I greatly appreciate it. The poll has been posted. We're going to have another poll in a minute. So as soon as this is done, we'll do that. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't think we're going to have a verdict unless it's so unanimously guilty. Because it does have to be unanimous. I don't think we're going to get.
I think that if they go back and they all say guilty and they try to send the note straight away, the judge has got to say, have you really discussed this?
Well, I think if it's guilty right away, within 24 hours or 1 day, I think that it was overwhelming. I don't see a problem with that. Like Cardi B, 29 minutes. But I think that on all honesty, I think we have a better chance of a guilty, strong guilty or hung jury. I don't see much of a chance for not guilty. Even if it's strong, eight out of the 12 say not guilty and 4 say guilty, I don't think you're going to be able to pull anybody over. All 12 be not guilty. I don't believe you're going to get an all 12 not guilty in this situation.
No. So do you think that, as Deborah said, their verdict tomorrow?
I think if we're going to have a verdict of not guilty, it'll be tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. What's today? Thursday, Friday, or Monday. I think if it's a hung jury, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
The longer it goes, then the less I think we're going to get guilty.
Yeah. Deborah, did you see no. Tinka too, did you see my comment to you in Discord, please? Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
Well, tomorrow we are heading up to our van for the weekend. Well, I'm going up for about 10 days, but we're up the van tomorrow. I will be sitting in the car on the way up if it starts beforehand with it on my phone, because I'm not chancing missing the verdict live.
So that picture you posted is where you have your.
So that's the view from the deck on our van.
You call it a van?
It's a caravan. It's not a trailer. It's a caravan.
Okay, so I see trailers.
No, you see, in the UK, they're caravans.
No, we call them mobile homes.
Yeah, it's a caravan.
Caravan. I like how you said that.
Caravan.
Yeah, it's a caravan. Hey, that's a nice looking caravan, and that view, you can see the ocean.
And that gap where you can see through, there used to be a van there, but the space now with the legislation around distances, you can't have them too close in case one blows up. There needs to be a gap legally between the next one there. So this space,
you can
I'm
see
pointing.
You can see the.
Yeah, that's classed as a dead pitch now. There'll never be a van put there. So we've got an uninterrupted, and we can see wind turbines. I don't think you're counting that one, but there's wind turbines off the coast of where we are.
I hate those things.
Oh, I like them.
It depends on where they're put.
These are in the sea.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Coral can grow on them, so that's creating habitat. But my thing is, in some places were beautiful, interrupted, gorgeous views, and now they're just full of.
You see, Frank's sensible. They call it a caravan as well. So it's just.
I love them in certain places.
Oh,
I have no problem with them. But there are other places where it's almost a historical view, you know.
oh, I know what you mean. I like the fact that I know what they're doing. I know that they're providing the renewable energy. But I absolutely get you when you've got this amazing what was unspoilt countryside, and then you've got this monstrosity.
And it's not one, it's like 100 of them.
I would rather have that though than a ridiculous factory built.
Oh yeah.
Or some multi-millionaire buys a house and buys a plot of land and builds some weird contemporary house on it.
Oh, we have that. You know, by the way, you know, I live in Kerrville where we had those floods. And there's a guy from out of state that I don't want to say California, I'm not sure where he's from, but he built we had a beautiful, you know, you have the river, and then you had this beautiful open field where they used to have cattle. And it was gorgeous, and then it was on the side of the road, and in the summer, in the spring, the flowers, it was carpeted, gorgeous. Bought it and put this house on it that the front of the house had 2 points that went down like this, and it was made out of concrete. It was a concrete house. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Oh, Frank, we've got as well as like off the coast of, it's New Biggin by the Sea where the van is. We've got the wind turbines, but right down the coast you can just see a lighthouse as well from where the
Here
we get everything.
Here it is. I got it. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Oh, is this going to get us all angry?
Well, the thing is that it looks pretty when it's lit. But that's the monstrosity that was built. Let's see, Camp Mystic.
Could you go back up? That looks like some weird contemporary church building.
All right, okay, this is going to make it look nice, but this used to be full of, see how spacious? They built 2 more next to it. They're ugly. And it just destroyed the field. All of this was destroyed by the river because a river runs through the back of that place. River went right through it. The building stayed, but it was 6 feet or something like that full of mud. Oh, let me share this screen. Sorry. Let me do this. Let me get this going again. All of that field was beautiful. Now they got 2 more houses to the left. When you drive up to the left, this is country, people. Country. And this is the river right back behind this. You can see it slopes down, and there's the river. It went all the way through that home. The pool was full, 100% of gravel and mud, and right through that place. I was just wondering how much they wanted. See, there's the river. That's what the river normally looked like. It was 25 feet above that. The
So
house,
straight through the
house. And I mean, it literally rooftop of the house, but this is the river. And what you see here, everything that you see on the left and right was underwater. At least 20 feet underwater. All the homes and everything under the trees are destroyed. But that does not fit the countryside. It doesn't fit the environment. It doesn't fit the home. Oh, this pool was destroyed.
I was going to say that just became an extension of the lake, of the river, sorry.
Oh, it did. So we'll get back to court, but this home was totally destroyed. I mean, the water, let me go back to where I can see let's go back where we go in. The water was up to here. Up to almost to the very peak. It was that far underwater. So we're talking about out of place. It was out of place.
Yeah,
That would
very out.
happen in other areas, San Antonio, but not here.
Mm. I love the way he just sits there and goes,
Yeah. See, the houses we have here are country.
Contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats. Only the jury instructions and your notes. I'll send you a bill. Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay, Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. I'm aware. There's the instructions.
Okay, so
Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors. For everyone
this is
else,
now
you may
just
step
playing the
outside
waiting
the
game.
courtroom or you may
hold
remain.
on. Hold on. Want to say this. You guys, how long will the jury deliberate? 45% said 1 day. 45% said 2, and 0 said 3 to 4, and 9% said 5 or more.
Ooh.
You're going digital again, Boo.
Oh dear.
It's okay. I just blame it on the crossing the ocean. Got a lot of static. It's okay.
Well, Frank is hoping for the verdict on Monday for a birthday. I want it tomorrow then.
So where's your microphone? Is it on the computer or in your headset? Okay, it may be tap that or rub that or something because it's real digital. You may want to turn it off and turn it back on. Yeah, you may want to turn it off and on. Yeah, that I agree with you on that. Thank you so much. We're still cleaning up here, guys. It's going to be a year.
How's that?
Oh, perfect.
Right. So yes, so Frank's hoping for on Monday for a birthday present. So happy early birthday to you, Frank. Well, it's mine tomorrow.
It's your birthday tomorrow? Really?
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. We'll have to do a happy birthday for you tomorrow. So you'll have to come on. I don't care if you're in the car. And
I'll be in the car, I'll be in the van. Drop us a message. I'll get on wherever I am. If you hear that there's a verdict back and I'm not in the chat, drop me a message because I'll join wherever.
Yeah, but I'll sing and sign happy birthday to you tomorrow. I may even go buy a little piece of chocolate cake and eat it on your behalf.
Absolutely. Make sure it's beautiful chocolate cake because I'm gluten-free. And gluten-free's, it's never the same.
Is it a choice or a have to be?
I have to be.
Thank you, Jasmine, reminded me in my ear because we have 3 minutes for ask you first. What do you think? I think it's not going to.
I was like,
get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street.
Okay, I'm muting that. We'll go see.
Oh, what? Can you show us Harvey's house?
That's what I was getting ready to do. Yeah. Do I ask how old thou will be?
I will be 58.
Oh. Oh, I have the commercials for their clinic.
Oh.
I have commercials for the doctor's clinic.
Yes. So I'm gluten-free due to celiac disease. I was diagnosed about 2 years ago after suffering with gastric issues since I was a teenager. The only thing I never got with it was weight loss, which I would have been very happy with, especially because I've always been overweight, but I've the best I've ever been since I've gone gluten-free.
Okay, my son said I was screaming. If I was screaming, I apologize. I can't hear myself.
No. It didn't come across as a scream. Unless it was just you got excited.
I lost the... Oh, I do have it. Okay. Here we go. I may have to take the sound out because it is another YouTuber's voice. And I don't...
Square foot Brickell apartment. He bought it for $1,790,000.
We can wait. You hadn't muted the... There we go.
No, that's what I wanted to see. $1.5 million, 2,300 square
Wow.
foot bought after all this happened, if I understand it right.
So, very England this, he bought a flat. Is it an apartment? So we would say he's
the condo apartments are kind of like 1 or 2 bedroom condos, or a lot usually more higher end, but it's a high end flat. So I'm going to go back. Let's go back and see all this. I didn't read it all, but let's go.
2 bed, 3 bath.
That's about the size our truck was. 1.79 million, I think, is what she said.
Cool. He's not sold it. And he'll sell it for just under 2. $21,000 a year in taxes.
6th floor. I wouldn't want to live in a high rise like that. If I have that kind of money, I would be buying a house that's separate
Yeah.
15 to 800 a month. Okay, so this is a tour. This is not when he's living in it now. This is when they're trying to sell him. But that's what he bought. While Donna is in the Leon County Jail.
So he obviously sold the place that they lived in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Oh. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you for joining us. I am going to zoom a little bit because we don't need to hear all the court stuff. But I do want you to see the actual home itself. It does move around in the kitchen. Okay, there's the dining room. So that's the back side of the kitchen. I hate it. I don't like the modern. It's too modern.
It looks like a weird office block.
Yeah, it does. I wouldn't want that view. I wouldn't want everybody looking at me. But look at the living room area. It's big, just open. I love open. I love open. But too white, too.
It's soulless.
Thank you. Look at the kitchen back in the back. Let me back it up. Pause it. Look, so that's such a little kitchen. I want a warm, huge kitchen with a huge island. But he is practically a bachelor.
That's what he's bought himself. This is a bachelor pad.
Yeah, and look at the door. I hate. Oh,
this is what he's bought himself. Something that he would have bought if he hadn't have met Donna.
Yeah, you could buy 100 caravans and rent them out for that price.
Oh, absolutely. I could buy myself a whole site and rent them out. Yeah.
I mean, but look at the TV that comes down. And the view. Yeah, now that's a pretty view if you could cut off that building on the right. That's the ocean. I guess that's the office.
Oh, look, some furniture that isn't white.
Well, but it's open. It's all glass. It's all glass. That's glass dividing the rooms.
I'm expecting to see a toilet in a corner now behind a screen.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, well, there's the shower. There's your toilet. And look at that sink. Look at the sink. Ew.
The square, yeah.
The outside.
He's got a park bench on it.
Guest bedroom. Another bedroom. That's not.
It's cold.
Now, these are the amenities downstairs in the building. This is what he has access to.
Which is what I would have expected it to have, but Hi,
no, this is where Mr. Adelson, the husband to Donna, lives. Over $1.5 million, 1.7 million. That's a lot of money, y'all.
It does look like, to me, it's a bachelor pad.
Yeah. All right. Now, here is the dental commercial with Charlie Adelson. Let me turn it.
Of patient comfort and relaxation. What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course, we use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist.
He is still a doctor. He just cannot practice. He lost his license. Even though you're an MD or a DDS or dentist, a DMDPA, you still maintain your title. They can never take that away. My ex-husband was a physician. He's still an MD, but he's not practicing. He's not allowed to ever. So that's the same with him.
Owner and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's smiles and change the way they chew, change the way they live, and change their self-esteem and how they think about themselves on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family, and it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist, and the periodontist are all working together to give them the optimal result.
My name is Jennifer Catchgill. I've been coming here for about 10 years. My experiences have been very positive. The staff is very professional. I came here 10 years ago to get my veneers put on, and I have been absolutely thrilled with the results. And I can't say how wonderful and professional the staff has just been. They've been really, really caring and just amazing. I would definitely recommend this place to others. I have actually recommended for people to come here. My husband has come here as well.
My name is Clint Stevenson. I've been coming to Dr. Adelson's office for about 5.5 years now. They've been phenomenal. I'm never a big fan of the dentist, but ever since I got introduced to this office, great staff, very friendly, and I always feel like I'm taken care of well. Very professional. Every time I come here, I feel like I get the full most from their attention from the staff, and Dr. Adelson is himself as well. So it's a great experience every time I come. I look forward to it as well. I highly recommend them.
There you go.
Today we're talking.
So, yeah, what do you think? Oh, sorry. What do you think about that?
He does look so massively awkward in front of the camera, wasn't he?
He was. So
Bless.
This is an interview. We saw this one in testimony today. This is a police interview with the friend of Dan Markel's, and how long is it? Nah, I don't want to watch that right now. What I wanted to do, yeah, but it's interesting. I'm going to fix stage here. I'm doing dual stages because I'm getting it ready. So if we have a thing, I can just pop between us and the live.
Yeah.
So give me a second. We do have the Court TV doing their thing. There we go. So now I love this. It's new. StreamYard has come a long way in the last year. They've added a lot of things that I would have loved for them to add. So, Aaron, yeah. Well, I didn't think I did. You do.
Yeah.
You do. We need to do more together because I like our energy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we'll work stuff out.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you what it's like because my husband's staff, when you don't understand, it was bad, but yeah, the staff and everything. I wonder, is their practice is still in, let me Google it.
I'm just going to mute for 2 minutes. I'm just off for a comfort break.
Okay. I'm going to look and see if they are still open. Okay, so it looks like, come on, quit doing that. I don't want you to do that. I want you to just go where I put you. So the Adelson Institute, also Adelson Institute for Aesthetics and Implant Dentistry, is still open. The Adel Institute is at 7737 North University Drive, Suite number 7 at Tamarack, Florida. It's still listed as a valid phone number, and license information is still listed. According to December 24, 2024, Dr. Harvey Adelson has retired in 22, no longer practicing dentistry. It may mean that he personally isn't practicing. The clinic itself is still listed as active, likely under his management, but he's not actually practicing. So he still owns the clinic. He still owns the clinic, but he has other dentists and people working underneath him. He's not actually doing the dental work anymore. At his age, I wouldn't want him to be. So they are still up and running. So yay, thank you, Google. Thank you for that. Okay, let's go ahead and look at some of this while she's on break. Turn on. And
a one-way ticket to Vietnam that she was found at going to the airport, and was arrested at that point in time, or apprehended at that point in time. I think it's very significant. That's why the defense attorney spent a significant amount of time just now talking about it, trying to discredit it, trying to talk about the few things that they had, the fact that they didn't.
Yes. Yes, he still owns the practice. And you know what? If he is innocent in this and he truly didn't know, which 50% of you said when we did the survey that you thought that he knew about this, I'm on the fence about that. I don't think he knew about it when it was going on, but I think when the police were investigating at a certain point, he did realize that this had happened. But he loves his family. He's gonna, I don't know. If your husband had done this with your son, say it was roles reversed, June, you have a son that was married. He was going through what Wendy was going through, and your husband and your other child did what the Adelsons did, and you didn't know anything about it until a year or two later, or when they arrested your wife. What would you do? Throw them, say, "See you later"?
Oh,
say,
I would be there. I would be out. I would be. If I found that out, if they told me, the first thing I would be doing, I'd be off to the authorities, saying, "I've just found this out." Yeah, I'm like, that's my family. It's my bloodline. No, it's not good. And for somebody who portrays themselves as this loving grandmother figure, although didn't somebody, I think, is this the right one where someone said that she almost thought of them as our own? And I'm just,
Hey, Frank Leroy, can you please do me a favor? Go into Discord and hang up. You're still live in my Discord. I think you are in, because it's telling me that you're still in under live voice channels. You need to hang up, please. He's been on since I don't know when, like all day. Yeah, you, Frank. You. Your speaker, you're still connected in my Discord. You need to hang up.
So shall we try at some point and stream the first episode of the Bake Off from the new series?
Yes, but I can't tonight. I've got a meeting with
No,
Mom.
no. Well, I was going to say, because I'm nearly at 10 o'clock anyway, but we'll.
Do you know what we could do? We could be live waiting for verdict here. I can be, and we can have the live at the same time in Discord.
Because what we'll do is, once I get up at the van, because I've got a router up there.
Thank you.
I've got a router up at the van. And once I get up there and hooked in and everything.
Oh, you call it a router. We call it a router.
A router, a router, a router.
A router.
A modem.
Ooh, I want to make it to Bermuda. Mama, come, a pretty mama, Key Largo.
There's so many differences between the accent and the language. That we say pavement. You say sidewalk.
Trash.
Rubbish.
Mm-hmm. Bathroom.
Bathroom.
Loo.
Toilet. Or the loo.
Loo. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's kind of apartment, flat.
Flat.
We
don't say
cart. You say buggy.
Hang on. Are we shopping? To go shopping. Shopping trolley.
Trolley, that's it.
A trolley?
Cart, trolley, basket.
Trolley.
A trolley for us is like a train car in San Francisco on a railroad track that you hop in like a taxi.
A tram.
You call it a tram. We call them trolleys.
Yeah, that's a tram.
Ground floor, the first floor.
First floor. No, the ground floor is the ground floor.
Yeah.
The next one's the first floor.
No.
No.
Ground floor, 2, 3, 4. First floor.
Ground floor, first floor.
All of whom had a glass of pop.
Second floor.
And I just couldn't help thinking that, well, how the institution, the great British cuppa, has been rejected.
Oh, the slang. Yeah, the different words.
Okay, you got something playing on your computer, I'm hearing.
Instead of self-tanning.
Hang on a minute, I'll just sort that.
Yeah, say you said you'll sort it. We don't say that. We sort it. I'll stop it or sort it. Yeah, you say sort it, and that was cute.
There we go.
Yeah. You say I'll sort it.
I'll sort it.
We'll stop it.
Stop it. No, I'll just sort it out. It's the different words. Oh, Debbie, I love that word as well.
Which one? What word?
It's a good insult. I'm not going to say it. It's a good insult.
Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it.
It's wanker. It's a brilliant word to call somebody.
I like bollocks.
It's a good one.
Bollocks. Wanker.
It's a good one. Yeah, it's a good insult there. What did it?
So I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. We'll definitely see if we can do at some point. We need to work out the streaming. I got to go into Channel 4 and register. I hope they don't charge me for it.
No, they don't. You've just got to go in and you just create a free.
Okay, I'll go in and create that and do that. But I love this walk of shame of Donna Adelson going through. Jack wagons. Okay. English. Okay. An American equivalent to that is what? Asshole.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Good one. Yeah.
Idiot. Jack wagon.
You could just call someone a knob.
Knob.
Yeah. We would call some. Yeah. KNOB. Yeah.
The confusion. I want to watch you guys watch the jury. Well, we can't. We can't be in there watching them.
No, the jury is a It's a UK series.
Oh, it's a UK series. Okay, that yeah. Put it in parentheses. I would have caught it.
I knew
Oh,
what
funny.
they meant.
Somebody says I'm
Definite.
too. I had somebody recently tell me that I was too expressive.
Eh?
My face was too expressive. They said you can't. We know exactly what you're thinking, and I said
Oh,
sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
is it sometimes if it doesn't come out of the mouth, it doesn't matter because it reads on the face. It doesn't need to be spoken. My daughter gets accused of that regularly. She says, "Mom, people know what I'm thinking because she can't hide it."
What's really bad is when I'm interpreting and we use facial expressions because a question, a state, this could be a serious question. This should be a question like need. Need. I mean, it's very much in the face. But what's hard is when I'm thinking one thing and I'm interpreting something that I'm thinking, oh, this is so BS. And I got to keep that off my face. It's hard.
I can imagine.
That's more of nonverbal communication. Fix your face. Yes, I know. I do a lot of that in sign language, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't start my clock. Dang it. So we're now
In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages.
And that's a problem. Why?
Yeah, I liked it when she turned around and said something about this evidence, and she goes, "And the prosecution didn't show you that," and I felt like going, "But you could have. Donna could have got on and testified to what you're saying. The prosecution didn't prove. Why didn't you put Donna on the stand to prove this?"
Really, you should not be having that. I'm literally that far from the mic. Let me bite the mic a little bit and see if that improves. Does getting closer to the mic improve it? I don't know. Let's see if that improves it. It may be going in and out because I'm too far from the mic.
Yeah,
And I'm
sounds okay. Sounds
and
okay for me.
okay. My other thing is that I could only turn my volume down so far, and then I have to push the mic back. So, no, it didn't help. Okay, what I'll do for shit, giggles, and grins. Give me a second. I'm gonna play this. Well, I can't because it's gonna cut my sound. I'm gonna turn my sound off and turn it back on. It's gonna go quiet for a second. I'll be right back. Am I back? Can you hear me now?
Oh, you've got a bit tinny, but I can hear you.
I hear you. I don't hear you now at all.
Oh,
There you go. Now I got you.
there you go.
No, I just said, all you beautiful people, how much I love you. Okay. it shouldn't be using a wrong mic. I only have one mic. I don't have any other mic. Let me go to settings and make sure. Nope, Rodecaster Pro, it's using the right mic. Still cutting in and out. Let me go back. Let me put up my live and let me put it in my ears and see if I can tell what's going on. Yeah, I am fighting. I've got to. Okay, I'm just going to say, let's you and I talk a little bit.
Yeah,
Ears in there.
because you're not cutting out for me, from what I can hear. So I don't know if it's happening before it gets through to.
Okay, I've listened on YouTube, the stream on YouTube, and it's clear as a bell. It's clear as a bell on my feed in YouTube. Are you, June, are you hearing any problems? No? Okay. I don't know, y'all. I don't know, y'all. I don't know what to do with that. I'll have to get a hold of RA. All right. Let's start this because I'm going to keep it
Bank
playing.
records.
I may mute it because I just want to keep that clock going. Let's listen to
And
her.
I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami.
You can keep dreaming, Bood. You see, here's the thing. You can be arrested with a certain amount of proof, but then you got to go and really prove your proof.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why she's upset about this. Hi, 80s Music Man.
They just didn't they just follow standard procedure for what they would do?
Yeah. And on top of that, do you know what? A case is always under investigation until it's over, till they rest their case in court. I have no problem with that.
International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him.
Pause that a minute there,
This is not.
Ada.
Could she possibly have done it?
I am just sort of like state of confusion. Is that the one that I think is on my my YouTube? Is that the one you're talking about? That was a uni piece I did when I was messing around with university.
My son.
Yes. Oh, the joy of my the joy of my grandchild drawing me a picture. Yes.
I'm sorry. My son called me and it's like, you could have texted me this.
No. So on my YouTube channel is just some couple of random things. I don't even know what this is. There's me doing a stand-up routine that I did at the SU. There's and me, and there's a scene I did for another module at uni. Oh yes. So my the beginning of getting the audience to know me and my stand-up is that I'm obviously I'm adopted, and do people know what being adopted means? And being adopted means I can be a disappointment to two sets of parents.
How about 4? Birth, foster, foster parents,
And then
adopted.
yeah, and then it goes on to say that I go on and say that I never once got recognition of my mother. She never once told me well done growing up. But I got over it because she died. And half of the audience didn't know whether they should laugh or not. And I loved that. But it was a fun little stand-up to write. Fun little one when I messed around with it.
What is your channel?
Oh, hang on, I'll send you it. Where am I? View channel. Oops, what have I done there? Nope, me. Stand up, there we go. There you go, I've sent you it. Oh, it's fine that you said that. I just forget that I do put some of my university stuff on there.
Wow, let's see. He got jealous. She got. Wow, I got your pulled up. Pull up with a cuppa. Oh my gosh, you have lost weight.
It's about 4 stone.
I don't know what that is in American.
Do you do it in pounds?
Here, I'll Google
Hold
it.
on. Hang on. 14 times 4. £56.
You lost 56 pounds?
Yeah.
So if I weighed what is I don't know why y'all do stones. I know why, but you know what I mean. Wow. I've lost 4 stones, 4 pounds.
Well done.
Same to you. I'm reading it, babe. I just got it. Live cam.
I'm actually going to have a look and see what I've got on it.
Okay, I don't know what that is, Tinkertude, right now. Let's see. Do you want me to play something?
You can play the stand-up if you want. I'm fine with that.
What? The what? You've got a lot of cuppas with June. Which one do you want me to play?
No, in the video.
Videos, okay. Beyond virtual stand-up. Oh, there it is.
Stand-up there.
Okay, I'll be right back.
You probably all realise there's quite a few people know me that are here, and there's quite a few that don't. So I thought we'll just get all off on an even keel. So I'll tell you a little bit about me. So I'm June, and one thing you might know about me is I'm adopted. And I don't know if you know what being adopted means, It actually means I can now be a disappointment to 2 sets of parents. I mean, I got used to being a disappointment to my mum as I grew up, but I got over it because she died. So at school, I tried to compensate for just not getting any, like validation at home. So I turned into a SWAT. I was that geeky SWAT that, they've always got the books with them. They're always in the library. Fuck, nothing's changed. So I got into my final year at school. The year coming to do my O-levels. That's the age of me. And I did that thing in my final year that all SWATs do, all geeks do. I fell pregnant. So I found out I was good at one thing. So I've got 4 brilliant children, and I've got 5 equally amazing grandchildren. I have no favourites. Have to admit there is not one favourite, not one that's more than the other. Honestly. And if you don't believe that your parent has a favourite, that's because it's you. You can absolutely guarantee. So, no favourites. I was at my daughter's. Got a photo to show you here. And my little, he was then 6-year-old grandson says to me, Grandma, can I draw you a picture of you? Oh, this is lovely. So I got myself on my stand there, got a piece of paper out. And he goes, this is going to be great, Grandma. My daughter comes walking through going, Mom, this is going to be absolutely amazing. Oliver is the best stick draw person. He can draw the most amazing stick people. It's going to be absolutely fabulous. So I'm there sitting there, this is fucking brilliant. Took this off the fridge. Where we all keep the shit pictures. And he drew me, and this is me. It's in portrait, not landscape. He might be 6, but he's not a fucking heathen. So he turned this round. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, but I'll happily describe it to you. This is me as a stick person. For those at the back that can't see, I'm the width of the piece of the fucking paper. All I had visions of was him looking at me, looking at the pen and going, no fucking stick's going to do this. So I'll leave you with this. I said I had no favourites. Well, I might be starting to get my fucking least favourite. Thank you.
Yes, that was my first dabble.
First what?
Dabble.
Dabble?
Dabble. Just like dipping my toes in to see what it felt like.
And are you still doing it?
No. Haven't done any since I left university. I've done poetry slam a couple of times. That was good.
Oh, that's fun. I had a friend who told me that because I was in a wheelchair for 6 years about, and I can still be in and out depending on my hips. Wintertime, I'm in it more than I am the summertime. But she told me she needed to take me to Las Vegas for a comedy because I was doing disabled and deaf comedy. Oh, I had them rolling. Literally, like I'm in the wheelchair, I had them rolling.
But that's what, and it was just all fun, and that to me was what university was about. It was just about having fun.
Want to thank Erin real quick. Thank you so much for your supers. I appreciate you so much. And Teresa Lancaster, new member. Woohoo! Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. That was really good, Jude. Really, really good. I enjoyed that. Yeah, you ought to do some stuff live. or do some recordings and shorts. Do shorts.
Yeah.
I need to learn to do shorts. I need to. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of maxed out a little bit. Yes, it takes a lot of courage. State of confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I did it at the Students' Union, had a comedy showcase, but it was with existing comedians in like local comedians, and there were a couple of really well established ones on it in the Northeast, and one of them was a student at the university, and he gave me a slot, and loads of these students had turned up to support us. So he put me on right at the end, knowing that they would stay to see me. So that guaranteed bums on seats for everybody else, which I thought was perfect thing to do.
Wow. That is so what I'm sorry. I lost. I have to reinstate my. I don't know why the giveaway thing is glitching. So I have to do it. Hopefully it picks everybody up again. I hate it when it does that. Sometimes it gets glitchy. What can I do? Everybody like it again. It didn't do it. Didn't pick you up. So everybody go back and put the like AED in. It just didn't do it. My apologies. Everybody throw it up there again. Or I'll just have to go through the live today. I can go through the comments and catch everybody and put them in. I can do it that way. Let me get the closing arguments in. There we go. We're in verdict watch. I am good until 5 o'clock, and then I have to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I will have to leave. There we go. I haven't seen June in the chat lately. Oh, no, the other June.
No, she was in earlier on.
Yeah, she may be busy. And that happens. But a lot of people do drop off during verdict watches. Just saying. Just saying.
It has to be tough to keep people's attention during that time.
It is. It's very tough. I would be doing this. I would be pulling up some shorts. I would be, maybe throw another case on. It is very tough. People don't understand. People go, well, I wish I had like some of this other guys. They got this woman lawyer on his show, and they got 22,000 watching them. I wish. But I don't have the connections to get those kind of attorneys on and get that kind of thing up. Frankie, I'm not sure I know where you're going with that. I hope you're not going where you think you're going with that. But right now, let's turn this on for a second. I want to hear her.
Live returns.
So we are now at an hour and 6-ish minutes. They probably, I don't know if they're going to keep going after 5. If the judge still keeps going, I will go remote on my live.
Frank says you said you would normally pull up some shorts.
Oh.
While you're waiting for verdict watch, or you're waiting for this. And that's what he was
making fun of. Yeah. Sometimes I'd pull up. Oh, let me do this. I forgot. ADELSONGRI. Oh, I want to pull up. I try to every day add a little bit of something every day in notes, and then I like to go back. Oh, we went grocery shopping. Oh, no. Don't blame yourself on Belgium. Ha ha. So I try to keep a running thing so I can do breakdowns.
June is back.
Yay! Thank you, June. We were asking where you were. Closing arguments were delivered, of course, including the passionate plea by the defense. Boy, was that passionate. I'm looking. Nah, I don't have anything else new to say about that. Everybody just, I shared, gotcha, we're good. It's the I likes that froze up for some reason. We only had 9, so we're at 7 now, so that's good. Yes, the floor person usually doesn't take long, I'll be honest. They're pretty quick about that. So, so let me see. Court will be back in just a minute. I have to say, I don't necessarily like the lawyers for the defense. I don't. But how can you defend that? It's like, I don't understand how, I mean, how do you defend that? There's not much there to defend. And there's so much, I know they say circumstantial evidence. Somebody was fussing at me about there being too much circumstantial evidence. I'm like, yeah, there may be a lot of circumstantial evidence, but majority of your cases are circumstantial. Unless you're like the sheriff that walked into judge's chambers and unloaded on him with the video running, everything is going to be circumstantial. Sorry, I'm still nauseated. I think it's some medicine. I think it just needs we're going to give it a couple of days to try and then see. I may have to stop it. I don't know how the defense attorneys can be defense attorneys, even though I know they have, yeah. I mean, she has a right to a defense. We all know that. Yeah. Hey, June, S. June S. Are you on the fence? Where are you on this? Do you actually agree with me for once?
Mastermind murder trial of Donna Adelson. The jury has been deliberating now for about an hour and 10 minutes or so.
You can see the clock up so that you can follow along with that. The jury will decide if Adelson is guilty of plotting to kill her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel, back in July of 2014. Earlier today, Adelson waived 2 of the lesser charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. Now the jury is considering the 3 more serious charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy and solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
Now we're catching you up on the rest of the closing arguments. Want to head back into court where the state is now wrapping up its rebuttal.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the 2 of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover, but what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got 2 emails.
I love that. Judge, don't call time on me. I got 2 more things. Don't call time on me. Loved it. Loved it. By the way, I'm looking at where y'all live. So there's Belgium. There you are, Frankie. There's is that where you are, Newcastle?
Yeah.
But then it's
that's it. Bit further up. There. Yeah. There you go.
no rain for y'all right now. Well, you got something way out here.
I can stay there, that's okay. It'll go over to Frankie, it's fine.
Well, Frankie's kind of down here, isn't he?
No, we'll just push it across, it's fine.
It's going to Norway. This is a big rotation pattern right there. And then, of course, here, look at that up in Canada. Wow. Watch that pop up in Canada. Look at that.
Oof.
But look at the ocean. Look at that line of storms that's running right in the middle. Isn't that kind of cool how I can just look at all that? I love it. I love it. All right, let's listen to her again.
64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel was the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father.
Okay, guys, my trial lenses are ready to be picked up. So I'm going to go remote. I'm going to leave you on. You're good. I'm going to get on my phone and go remote. And I will be remote until we hang up. So I'm going to close this. I'm still here for a moment, but I'm going to get ready to leave. You'll see me pop up in a minute. All right, I'll keep this going. Oh, shoot. I can't. We'll just have to keep this going. Oh, crap. I'll go get them tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Now, you can pop this up on your screen and we can share your screen. But I don't know if we can do that. You're not in. You're a guest. No, we can't do that. I don't think.
That's it. Yeah.
But I mean, my thing is we could just let this play.
This
but then
woman,
I can't pause it. I can't control
Yeah.
it. So I'll just do it tomorrow. But I do have to leave at 5 or just before 5. Well,
Go on.
dang it, I don't want to shut the live down.
nice grandmother, innocent. memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signator, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script.
I wonder if the judge is going to make them quit at 5, or are they going to go until they decide to stop?
I think it'll very much depend on what that initial poll's been when they've gone into the jury room.
I think so too.
But how can the judge can't just like barge in and ask them?
No, but the judge, I mean, they may already know. I don't know. Let's turn them on and see if they say.
And murder trial of Samantha Krebs out of Wisconsin. She is accused of stabbing her boyfriend, Joseph Carnot, to death inside their apartment in July of last year.
Now, witnesses reportedly told police that before leaving the scene, Krebs kissed Carnot and said, "I'm sorry," and then told them to say that Carnot killed himself. One of the witnesses, who could not be shown by court order, testified about what she saw the night of the killing.
I seen the gentleman on the floor and the female over the top of him.
How would you describe where the male was?
The male was on the kitchen floor.
Okay, and how would you describe where the female was?
The female was, her legs were on both sides of his body.
Okay. Was she standing up, kneeling down, or something
She was
different?
standing.
Could you tell if she was rendering any type of aid at that point?
No, she was not.
When you saw her standing there, did she say anything to you and John?
All she said was, "I can't go back to prison. I can't go back to prison."
Did she say that to you multiple times?
Multiple times, yes.
And was she looking at you or to John, if you recall?
I don't recall if she was looking at me, but I know she kept saying, "John, I can't go back to prison. I can't go back to prison."
All right, we will continue to follow that trial and bring you updates as well.
We also have an exciting programming note. Court TV is going to CrimeCon, and closing arguments with Vinnie Politan will come to you live from the CrimeCon show in Denver tomorrow night, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern.
And you don't want to miss a very special guest later that night on VPI. Kobe Ryan, son of Colt mom killer Lori Daybell, will join Vinny live to discuss his mother's multiple trials and convictions. Of course, it's an interview that you do not want to miss.
Again, you can catch it right here on Court TV Live starting tomorrow night. We're going to be right back with a live update from Florida and the Matriarch Mastermind murder trial after this quick break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, did Donna Adelson play a role in the murder of Dan Markel? We're live with every development as deliberations get underway.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight. They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves. Court TV, legendary trials.
Ada, I think it's 20 to 6 where they are.
It's 20 to 6, yeah, where they are. No, 20 till 5.
Yeah.
No, 4, 5,
No.
20 till 6, yeah.
20 to 6, yeah. Somebody's just put in. It's 5:40 there, so I can't see them going much later on a weeknight. You know, like if it was a Friday and they were nearly there, they may keep it longer. But they're going to have to bring them back into the court to release them, aren't they?
Yeah. Why is it shows I'm in StreamYard, but it's not showing up in my StreamYard. I'm in StreamYard. So let's see what happens. Oh God, I got to go through this again. I hate it when you have to get a code from your email to prove you're human.
Oh,
I'm so tired of these this 2 times authentication crap.
oh,
Hate it.
yeah, Deborah. I think if the jurors are, I'm wondering if the jurors are perhaps all gearing the same way, and they're just maybe confirming things. It could go tonight. It seems really quick for it to be tonight, though.
Yeah. It does.
Oh, you're echoey.
Oh, I turned it. Am I now?
You're coming through a couple of mics, I think.
Yep, I got it.
There you go. But it'll be.
I got all these security alerts. Yes, I know that was me trying to log in, but you guys were being buttheads. Why do I get?
I can imagine all the jurors just going in that room and spending an hour just commenting on what they've heard, not even talking about where they are, just what do people think of that? Are you chilled? Are you just trying to get the emotion of the case out their systems?
Wait. Oh, wait. We can definitely see the difficulty of being away from your equipment under our warranty. We do need to receive the product prior to servicing. However, I love it when I see that word. We can make a one-time exception to organize an advanced replacement to be sent. As soon as it's ready to be shipped, you will receive a tracking. Once you receive your new replacement, please send us the faulty one. Yay!
Perfect.
Star that, baby.
Welcome back. The fate of the matriarch mastermind murder defendant Donna Adelson is now in the hands of the jury. Juries have been deliberating for 1 hour and 24 minutes.
Now, Adelson faces life in prison if convicted of plotting the murder of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel. Court TV's Julia Janae has been covering this trial from the very beginning, and she joins us now with a debrief.
Okay, what I'm going to do, because I am going to have to leave, we're going to just leave this up and going. I'm going to be talking, and I'm going to mute this mic on here, and I've got my iPad. I'm going to talk through the iPad, and I need to know if it's a semi-balanced sound, okay?
A signal from them, but we don't know how late that is. As far as where people are, the courtroom is cleared, but our Court TV team is standing by to go in, start those cameras if there's a note or a verdict from this jury. And we also have noticed different party members in terms of the defense team and the husband of the defendant in some of the hallways, just walking slowly, talking to each other, waiting for what will happen from this jury.
Okay, how is this? Is it real? Okay.
That sounds fine.
Sounds fine? Wow. Okay. Well, now I need to get me up in that window. Okay.
So that's a look at Donna Adelson inside of the courtroom today while there was video being played of her daughter. The prosecution spent a lot of time talking about Dan Markel's relationship with his sons and the loss that was felt there. And I think that had a particular impact on at least one of these jurors. There was one man who was sitting on the front row of this jury box, and his brow rather, was furrowed when he heard that particular topic. He looked upset and more concerned about that than anything else. And you heard George Kappelman there at the end really going to the depth of emotion when she ended her rebuttal, saying that this defendant tried to pretend that these sons wouldn't be impacted by the loss of their father. That custody, of course, at the center of all of this, with the prosecution saying it was the reason for everything, and the defense saying it was actually something that wasn't that big a deal. And even if it was, it's not enough to constitute murder. Take a listen back.
Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case.
There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it.
You know, that tempo and pace of Jackie Fulford there, I think that helped keep these jurors alert. It was over 4 hours of closings, and when I was inside, I noticed some of them checking the watch, leaning back towards the end of it, especially halfway through Georgia Kappelman's closing. Not that they were holding it against her, but you could just tell that this has been a lot of evidence that they've had to digest over the last 9 days of testimony. Michael, Ashley?
All right, Julia Janae, thank you so much, as always, for that report. Now, folks, we're going to go back to court eventually, but right now I want to bring back in National Trial Attorney Michael Javer. All right, Michael, here's something I wanted to ask you. Earlier, when they began today in the closing arguments, the defense decided to drop the lesser included, second-degree murder, manslaughter. This jury's only considering the more serious charges of murder, conspiracy, and solicitation to commit murder. Do you think that was a good choice?
No, I don't think it's a good choice, because sometimes you're basically, when you go into a jury situation like this, I tell my clients, you're basically going into a casino. When you go into a casino, you want to give yourself a chance to win the hand or win a smaller amount of the hand. You don't want to just leave it all or nothing. I think it was a mistake for multiple reasons.
So let's talk about this rebuttal and one of the statements, which was, it involves the two of us. That's what Donna, of course, says to Charlie. It happened after the bump, which was after the murder. But could it be that's enough to show the conspiracy?
You know, I'm fully convinced that there is no evidence that she conspired with him before the fact. That confirms to me my hunch, which is that she knew about it after the fact. She knew about it. It was her. She carried him in her stomach for 9 months, and if she found out after the fact that he did something dumb with Catherine McBanawan, killed her former son-in-law, she was basically between a rock and a hard place. So I don't think it proves that she conspired to kill Dan Markel. I fully believe that she knew about this after the fact, and she helped Charlie cover it up. I fully believe that. I just don't believe it proves that she conspired to commit the murder of Dan Markel.
I think one of the things, Mike, that works in the defense's favor is that it's clear to me, they call her the matriarch mastermind. And they presented some evidence that she didn't like him and she was involved a little bit in the divorce, et cetera, et cetera. But I thought the defense did a good job of diffusing this idea that there was this really sort of horrible divorce, that they had come to some agreements, and that Charlie was really the guy that was the protector, the guy that pushed this forward. I think if there's anything that this jury can hang their hat on in terms of finding her not guilty, that's where they're going to go.
Yeah, I agree. That's my point. All divorces are ugly, and I wish the defense attorney would have been a little bit more. It's like when you train a boxer for a match, you punch him in the face, so when the match starts, he gets punched in the face, he's not shocked anymore. I wish the defense attorney would have done that and conditioned the jury ready and said, every divorce is ugly. Every single person, when two people divorce, it's families divorce. It's divorcing, not just the two people. And I know that she had to walk a very fine line, but I wish she would have just done a little bit more in conditioning them that the divorce was ugly, but it was not as ugly. This divorce was not more ugly than any other divorce. And by the way, she had to walk a fine line. What is she going to do? You know, maybe she had a hint that perhaps her son had something to do with it, but she didn't know. She couldn't confirm. What is she going to do about it at that point, other than help him cover up a crime he may or may not have committed? So I think this whole case is replete with that, but we'll see what happens.
So we can't predict what a jury's going to do ever. But having said that, I'm going to ask you to take out your crystal ball. They've been deliberating an hour and 30 minutes. Given the nature of the charges and the amount of evidence, circumstantial evidence that the state put out there, I think, Michael, we can expect, will they come back today? I don't know that they will. I think they may need another day to sort through it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. They're definitely not coming back today. My prediction is they're going to convict her. I don't think it would be the right decision if that happens. I think they're going to convict her, but it won't be today. They're going to need at least 3 days on this jury.
Yeah, I think what they do, Judge, is they make a list, because that's kind of what I did.
Yes.
Sitting in my office, I made a list of the things that are in favor of the fact that she, had this agreement and things that aren't. And I think that list of things that kind of tend to prove she did is much longer.
I think you're right. I also think that if it were me, I would do a straw poll. First and foremost, I'd want to get in there and say, okay, how many people think guilty, not guilty, just to see where we land before we start the discussions.
Yeah, and let's not forget it's a long day, so they could come back at any moment and say, hey, you either want to eat dinner or ready to go home, start fresh in the morning. We just don't know.
Just don't know. And we're going to bring you all of the news as it comes out of that courtroom and keep everyone posted.
Yeah, we'll be watching. All right, now before we take a break, we do have this programming note. In the baby Evelyn murder trial, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, will be sentenced tomorrow after a jury convicted her back in February of killing the little girl.
That same jury also recommended Boswell receive life in prison with the possibility of parole. Our Court TV cameras will be at tomorrow's
now can you
sentencing,
hear
and
the
we will
court
bring
at
it
all,
to
or is
you
it just
live.
you and I?
Thank you to Michael
still
J,
hear
of course,
court?
for joining us tonight.
Folks, stick around,
I'll put it
please,
back.
because coming up in our next hour, we're actually going to take you to Tennessee for a preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing 4 people and then kidnapping 2 of the victims' 7-month-old daughter. The judge is listening to witnesses and will decide if Austin Drummond should stand trial. Get you inside that courtroom on the other side of the break. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
All right, I'll be right back.
I think I totally agree with you all. They're going to want to do that straw poll. They're going to want to find out what they're thinking, and then find out why they're thinking that way. And it's going to be tough in that jury room, I think. I really, really think it's going to be tough.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. All right, guys, let's see if I can do this. God help me. I have been trying to find, I don't know if I'm going to get glasses or contacts, and I'm hoping to get into contacts because I wear hearing aids that are so thick that I've got hearing aids and glasses, and it is very, very painful sometimes with both. So anyway, yeah, I don't think they're going to come back with a verdict today, although people have surprised us, have they not? Are you there? Okay.
Yeah, could be.
All right, we're going to try the left one, y'all. Let me get my fluid.
We're with you.
Huh?
We're with you. Have you worn contact? Have you worn contacts before?
Back in the 90s. But what bothers me about this is the fact that I always squirt my fingers, get my fingers, make sure they're clean. What bothers me about this is that these are bifocal contacts.
So they've got to be spot on.
They really do have to be spot on. And this is the left one. And my problem is that we've not been able to get them to where they actually are in focus. They're either focus up close or not far away.
Mm.
Oh my God, that went in so easy.
The quality, I was going to say the technology around contacts and things has got to have improved massively since you had them in the 90s.
Holy crap! I think they're working!
Oh.
What I can do is do the contacts instead of my glasses. My glasses I can keep as a backup emergency. And just wear contacts all the time because it's $700 a year. Uh-oh. It's $700 a year with the contacts in versus $1,000 a year for the materials.
Millions of custom frames.
Oh my God!
And counting. Get started today at framebridge.com.
Okay, I got to. It's still a little out of focus up front.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We're going to get you back to court in just a moment. But first, our Court TV cameras are covering the biggest cases across the nation. In Florida, we're in verdict watch in the matriarch mastermind murder trial of Donna Adelson. Jurors heard the last of closing arguments and are deliberating her fate without the defendant ever taking the stand to testify. And in Wisconsin, it's day 2 of the kiss and kill murder trial of Samantha Krebs. Jurors heard the 911 call after the victim was found bloody and stabbed. The jury heard from one of the witnesses who tried giving life-saving aid during that 911 call. And in Tennessee, a preliminary hearing gets underway for Austin Drummond. He's the man accused of killing 4 family members and then abandoning a baby by a house. And that's where our Court TV cameras are taking you this evening to Tennessee for the preliminary hearing in that abandoned baby family murders case against Austin Drummond. Now, Drummond is accused of killing 38-year-old Courtney Rose, her son, 15-year-old Brandon Williams, her daughter, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, and Adriana's boyfriend, 21-year-old James Wilson. This happened in July. He's also charged with kidnapping Adriana's and James's 7-month-old daughter, who he reportedly left abandoned on a stranger's property 40 miles from the murders. Now, Drummond was on the run for a week before he was finally captured on August 5th. 3 people were arrested before Drummond's capture, and they were charged with accessory after the fact to first-degree murder. And just ahead of today's hearing, we learned that 2 more people have been charged with helping Drummond evade capture. So right now, I want to take you into court. The judge is getting ready to listen to testimony in that preliminary hearing.
Read it. I know this says
At this time,
it's still blurry enough where I can't.
Yeah. We're going to have some statements and some evidence that may be entered
No, we're
today
gonna try it.
that may be difficult to hear, may be
But I'm going to
upsetting to
keep these
hear.
on for now just to see how I
If at
do.
any time you feel that you cannot sit and listen to the proceedings, I would ask that you step outside.
88.
If anyone does have to step outside, that's fine. I don't mind that.
I'll let stop.
If a disruption is made, then you will be removed from the courtroom. And if further disruptions are made, the court has the right to hold you in contempt of court, or the sheriff's office has the right to issue charges for disorderly conduct. I don't want to see that happen, and I don't think that we're going to have that happen. But I just have to give everybody that notice prior to this hearing starting.
So
Mr.
they're
Goodman,
still out of
good
focus
afternoon,
on the
sir.
close-up.
General Hayes, good afternoon.
distance is
Mr.
perfect.
Huffman, Mr. Mason, good afternoon. Mr. Drummond, good afternoon, sir. What are we proceeding on first? Because I know there is a motion before the court, and also we have a preliminary hearing.
Like I can't read the
So
comments.
how do we want to take that up? We're still the preliminary hearing first. Okay. Does the state have its list of who it intends to call today during preliminary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The state intends to call Officer Corey Hussey, Deputy Hunter Brady.
Date of birth, I just wanted to make sure. 032671. Now, she did tell me she had.
Special Agent
I'm
Scott
still running.
Rawson.
These were half steps. She didn't have these in stock, but she did have the whole steps in
Anyone else,
stock.
General?
Okay. So do you have this with one half step stronger on the bottom?
From the defense going to be called for as a witness.
Let me look at, see what your prescription is, see if I have stock.
Folks, if your name has been called, and I don't know all of you who they just called out, I know some of them, but for those of you whose name was just called, you will have to step outside the courtroom while the others are testifying. Rule 615 of the Tennessee Rules of Evidence says that witnesses must be sequestered for that purpose. You cannot discuss the case with one another prior to your testimony. Who's the first witness for the state going to be?
The Officer Hussey.
Okay, Officer Hussey. Everyone else who was called as a witness would step out at this time. And when we are ready for your testimony, we will have a deputy come outside to retrieve you at that time.
Our Special Agent Tubbs is our designated party.
Yes. The court will take note that Special Agent Tubbs is the prosecuting witness designated by the state of Tennessee. Mr. Huffman and General, I know y'all's normally my routine is in preliminaries. I'm happy to hear from either party on any opening, but if everybody wants to just proceed to direct examination, I'm fine either way. I just wanted to kind of get the lay of the land from y'all.
Yes, the state will waive the opening remarks. Waive opening remarks, yes.
We'll proceed then to direct examination. I do want to make sure I've officially put this on the record. We are hearing the matter. I should have done that first. I apologize. We are hearing the matter of State of Tennessee versus Austin Robert Drummond in cases number 25 CR 48067, 48068, 48069, and 48071. The 25 CR being those documents. Your first witness, General.
Your state of Tennessee calls Officer Corey Hussey.
Officer Hussey. If you please come to the witness stand, sir. If you would, Ms. Jessica is going to place you under oath at this time.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. And Officer Hussey, be sure if you would to speak into the microphone. We've had these things kind of messed with and fixed in a much better way, and I appreciate our IT folks for that. But just be sure to speak into the microphone clearly because we are recording. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Would you state your name, please?
Corey Hussey.
And where do you work?
I'm a park ranger with Tennessee State Park.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure that didn't totally kill us here. It didn't?
Okay.
Sorry about that. Sorry, guys.
All right. Could you tell me again who you work for?
I'm a park ranger for Tennessee State Park.
Okay. And how long have you had that position?
I took this position in June 28th.
June 28th,
2025.
I'm sorry.
2025.
Okay, June 28th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working on the day of July 29th of 2025?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And as a part of your job, do you routinely patrol state parks and specifically around the Brooklyn Lake area?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that's just part of your duties that you do that?
Yes.
How many parks are there that you have to actually patrol daily?
One park, Brooklyn Lake State Park.
Okay. Are there individual smaller parks within the whole Lake Park area?
Yes, sir. There are individual units that are all attached to Brooklyn Lake State Park.
Okay. Is there one on Carrington Road in Lake County?
So the Carrington Road location is state land managed by TWRA. However, we operate programming and tours from an area on Carrington Road.
Okay. So it's not actually a park, is that right?
No, sir.
Okay. It's just an area that's owned by the state and it's actually used by the state.
Yes, sir.
Is that area actually near the Northwest Correctional Complex?
Yes, sir.
Just an estimate of how far would you say it is from that area?
Maybe a mile.
Okay. And is that here in Lake County, Tennessee?
Yes.
That area that we're talking about on Carrington Road?
Yes, sir.
While you were patrolling that area, on July 29th, 2025.
Okay,
Did you
can you
notice
hear me?
anything unusual or anything that caught your attention that day?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell me
So
what that
they're
was?
going to try and give me
So
a
while patrolling down Carrington Road,
sample
shortly
here,
after 1 o'clock,
tomorrow.
I found 3 vehicles
Oh,
parked
good.
on the left side of Carrington Road.
Fingers
Okay.
crossed.
Do you know what type of vehicles they were?
Well,
One was a black Dodge Charger.
I
one
could get
was
away with
a,
these. I just can't read up close.
Chevrolet Traverse, and the other was a Nissan Rogue.
Okay. Did you see anyone out there? Any individuals standing around the vehicles or inside the vehicles?
I did not see him.
What did you do after you noticed the vehicles? Did you stop, get out? Did you do anything?
I proceeded past the vehicles when I was making entry down Carrington Road. Then I turned around and proceeded back out from that location.
Okay. As you came back out of the location, were all the vehicles still there?
No, sir.
Okay. Which vehicle was no longer there?
The Nissan Rogue had left in the time it took me to turn around.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the Nissan Rogue that was unusual for this area?
It had a California tag.
I want to hand you this photograph. You would look at that photograph. Did you recognize either one of those 2 vehicles in that photograph?
The Nissan Rogue with the California tag would be the similar make and model as what I saw.
Okay. Is that vehicle similar to the one that you saw?
Hello, Lucas. How are you doing? Hello.
When you turned around and came back, was the vehicle leaving at that point, or was it already gone?
It had already left.
Could you tell anything about if it was left hurriedly, or could you tell?
In the time it took me to turn around, it had already left from where I can see it. There's quite a bit of dust in the air. As I proceeded out on Carrington Road, there are several straightaways, and at no point in time could I see the vehicle. But it indicated left in a hurry.
Would you make that photograph with an exhibit your testimony, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Huffman, no objection. Horrible
Hello,
show. This
Lucas.
is
Thank you for
exhibit
joining.
number
Good to see you.
Officer Hussey, after you saw that vehicle leave and the other 2 vehicles that were still there, did you see anyone around at that point, around the vehicles?
No, I did not see you.
Okay. Did you make a report about that?
I wrote notes to myself, but I did not file any report at that time.
Okay. Did you later tell someone about that?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
My manager, Doug Robertson.
What made you tell him about that incident?
Later that evening, he messaged me that there had been an incident on Carrington Road.
Okay. And at that point, what did you tell him?
I immediately called him and informed him that I had been there earlier that day and had seen those vehicles.
Okay. And was that information passed on to local law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I shortly received a call from the Sheriff's Department along with TBI and shared that knowledge with them also.
And after that, did you produce all of your findings to a report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You stated that when you first saw the vehicles on Carrington Road, that you drove past them and then turned around.
Yes, sir.
How long did it take you to go down to the area that you were turning around and then get back towards the vehicles?
Only a few minutes, less than 5 minutes, probably 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes. Okay. Did you notice anything about the vehicles? Were any of the doors open or anything like that?
When I was coming past the vehicles the first time, the black Dodge Charger's trunk was open.
What about when you came back?
The trunk had been closed at that time.
So you pass 3 vehicles, trunk is up. Within 2 to 3 minutes, you come back, the trunk is closed, and the Nissan Rogue is gone.
Yes, sir.
And when you get back to the road, you see no sign.
Yes, sir.
All right, then I'll pass the witness.
Yes, sir. Mr. Huffman? Yes, sir.
Officer Hussey, were you able to see any individuals on scene? You said you drove past. Did you notice any individuals?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you drove back by, same thing.
No individuals at that time.
Yes, sir. Can you redirect, General?
No, Your Honor.
Officer Hussey, we thank you for being here, sir. You're released from your subpoena. You can have a seat here or you're free to go, whichever you'd like to do, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, remember, this is just a preliminary hearing. The court seeing if there's enough evidence to bind it over for trial. Very low burden, lowest in all of criminal courts. All right, right now, I do want to turn to Florida, where the fate of matriarch mastermind murder defendant Donna Adelson rests in the hands of a jury. Jurors have now been deliberating for 1 hour, 51 minutes, and they will be allowed to go as long as they want to. Adelson faces life in prison if convicted of plotting the murder of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel.
So they're allowed to
Before
go
closing
as long
arguments
as they
began
want.
today, Adelson waived all lesser charges, which would have included second-degree murder and manslaughter. The defense also asked for a judgment of acquittal for the second time, which the judge denied for a second time. All right, let's take a listen to some of those closing arguments. The defense says that Adelson may have been a meddler, but she's not a killer. And the state emphasizes why
So
they
the
claim
judge
Adelson
said
was
they.
not
So he
innocent
did.
in
He
all of
just
this.
say you can give me. You can talk or give me a
Then
thumbs
after
up.
telling you what a
Did
great
he just
guy
say
Dan
that they can
Markel
go
was in
as
opening
long as they want
statements,
the jury?
Yeah.
called witnesses to tell you what a
Oh,
pain in
good.
That's what he said, yeah.
he was a pain in the butt.
I think I may try to get into
Those
contact
awful
because
lawyers that can't
I'm
even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt.
So does the distance fit on your contacts feel good?
And she meddles
Is
in
a
her
what?
children's lives.
The distance.
Meddles in
The
their lives.
distance is flawless. I mean,
Gets
as
involved in their
you know,
divorce.
it's good. It could be a
She's a
slightly
parent.
sharper, I think, on the
She's
words,
just being a
but
parent, not a killer.
You're
She's a meddler,
it's
not a
much
murderer.
better than my glasses.
They
I'm
haven't
very
proven
happy
that
with the
to you.
distance. Yeah.
Now, if
The
convicted of
clothes
top
now that
charge,
I'm wearing them,
first-degree
it's a
murder,
little
Adelson
bit
is
better, but
looking
they
at
need
spending
to be a
the
tad
rest of her life
different.
behind bars without the possibility of parole. Of course, we'll continue to monitor deliberations and bring you any updates from that courtroom. All right, coming up next here on Court TV, a new witness details seeing blood in the rear passenger side of the car as more testimony continues in the preliminary hearing for quadruple murder suspect Austin Drummond in Tennessee. Plus, the parents of a missing baby, Emmanuel, enter a plea during today's arraignment as they face murder charges in the disappearance of their 7-month-old boy. All that and more is next here on Court TV.
I think that I rather have
Tonight on
this
Closing
and
Arguments,
where
did Donna
cheaters.
Adelson play a role in the murder of Dan Markel? We're live with every development as deliberations get underway.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan. Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Saturday nights on Ion is our
Sorry for the bumpy. I'm going up the hill.
double headers every Saturday at 7
It's
and
fine.
10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so I rather put cheaters on for the super fine print stuff.
Yeah.
And have this than have glasses by far.
Yeah.
Because this is super thick. People don't realize how thick that is. And then put glasses on behind it. So I rather, like right now, I can drive, I can see my gas, I can see distance. The comments over here are real little, so I can't really see those. But in general, this is a far cry better than my glasses.
So you may just need like a little pair of ready readers for your up close.
Yeah, depending on what it is. I mean, you know, if I'm reading a back of a medicine bottle, I'll get me some little cheaters. But this is like $7.89 a year. I can get 3 months, and then 3 months, 6 months, and then 6 months. But some people say these things last longer than these are 30-day wears. So you take them out at night and you can wear them for 30 days. But I've been told that you can actually extend them to a point. Depends on how well you take care of them and how you wear them, I guess.
Yeah.
But and then I don't have to wear them. Well, you want to keep them. As soon as you open them, they start deteriorating a little bit. So anyway, see, she's gonna come on that side, so I'll park on this side. But for me, I can definitely handle this by far. Then 12. Basically, without insurance, it's $1,200. $1,200 without insurance. I think that's insane.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. For me to only have to get new glasses next year. What do you think?
Oh, it's a ridiculous amount. I mean, we're so lucky in the UK with the NHS that, you know, we get so much subsidised. You know, you still got to pay. Most people still have to pay for glasses and contacts, but there's an awful lot of subsidisation that goes on.
Okay. So, how much do your normal glasses? What would they run you?
Well, most of our opticians do like one price glasses. So, if you were just getting like a standard lens in, so say you were going to a basic opticians like a Specsavers or something, you could get a pair of glasses with a standard lens in, so not a bifocal or a vari, anything from £30 upwards.
Well, I don't know what that is in American.
What are we looking at? What's the exchange rate?
Well, these right here, to replace these, they have the anti-glare. Oh, the anti-scratch didn't work for a crap. The anti-glare and all of that, and this is the higher end lens, was last year $500 and something. Now it's $1,200 out the door cash.
Yeah. So if we say that you could get a pair of distance glasses or reading glasses from $35, $40 a pair.
Oh, plain ones? Just one lens? $400 and $500.
All right, folks, let's head back into court now for more of the
back.
preliminary hearing for Austin Drummond. Now, the court is hearing from the state's second witness. This is Deputy Hunter Brady, the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
I'll be back.
Will you state your name, please?
Hunter Brady,
And Deputy Brady, where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been working there?
Been here almost a year now.
Okay. Do you remember if you were working on July 29th of 2025?
I was.
Okay. And was that early day or was that in the evening?
Would have been in the evening.
Okay. Was that the shift you typically work?
That's correct.
Okay. Had you received any information earlier in the day about a baby being abandoned in another county?
I have not.
Okay. Had you heard anything about that?
Just on what I seen on social media.
Okay. But you had seen that earlier that day? Okay. Did you know at that time who the parents of the baby was that was dropped off or anything about that?
No, I did not.
Did you receive a call later in that evening that vehicles that may have belonged to the baby's family had been located?
I did.
And who did you get that call from?
One of the family members of one of the victims involved.
Okay. Did they call you directly or did they call dispatch?
They called it dispatch.
And you were dispatched to that area?
That's correct.
Where did you go? Where was the area that you responded to?
Carrington Road.
Is Carrington Road in Lake County?
It is.
Once you got to Carrington Road, what did you do?
So when I first got there, we spoke with the female caller. She advised that she found her family vehicles parked back on the dead end road, which is halfway down. And I made my way down there and located the white Chevy Traverse and the Dodge Charger.
Was anybody else with you? Any other officers?
Yeah, there's a Tiptonville officer, Officer Morrow, and Deputy Kieran Gross.
Okay. Did y'all all arrive at about the same time?
Yeah, they were probably a minute behind me.
Okay. All right, so you proceed down Carrington Road, you find a black Charger, Dodge Charger, and a white Chevrolet Traverse vehicle.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Was anyone in the vehicles?
No, the vehicles were vacant.
Did you run any registration on the vehicles to see who they belong to?
I was approaching the vehicle as why Deputy Gross started running the registration on the black Charger.
Okay. Were you able to determine who that black Charger belonged to?
No, not at the time.
Or at a later time?
At a later time.
Do you know who that was? Do you know if it was Braden Williams?
I never received information from dispatch. She's the one that ran the registration.
Fair enough.
So we've hit the 2-hour mark.
Vehicles at the time. Did you start to look around the vehicles?
Oh, now it's a little better. I can see a little better.
The passenger
Still a
side.
little blurry.
Which one?
Are your eyes maybe just adjusting to
Did you
them?
notice anything when you looked inside?
Yeah, red substance that I
Still blurry, but it's not as bad. Better than with the glasses.
passenger side front and the passenger side rear.
Okay. What'd you do at that point?
I advised the other officers on scene that we had either an active situation going on or something had happened and we needed to search the area.
Okay. And so did you start to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
I walked around the vehicle a little bit and then I noticed a shoe sitting off the trail that was directly behind the vehicle and it had some blood on it. So that was the direction we determined we needed to go. And I went off in the woods. That's when I located 2 bodies in the directly behind the white Chevy Convertible.
Okay. Did you, before you found the body, did you notice there were any shell casing around the vehicles or anything like that?
No, not at the time. Not yet.
Okay. Did you later find that there were?
Yes. After we located 2 bodies, we started taking everything off and made our way back up. And that's when we located multiple shell casings around the vehicles.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to the first 2 bodies that you located. Tell me how they were when you found them.
The male was laying on his back under his mother, and there was a tarp over the top of him.
What was the tarp? Did you know what it's made of? Or?
It was like the camo nylon material, the mesh material.
Were both bodies completely covered with that material?
Yeah, except for they had maybe their hand exposed on the side.
Okay. What'd you do at that point?
That's when, started communicating with the officers, hey, we needed to secure the scene, start a crime log, and then look for and gather evidence.
Okay. Did you secure the scene at that time?
Yes.
What did you do?
Wear sunglasses now.
We taped it off, cleared the area.
It's
and,
just little things like that.
Our supervisors so they can contact TBI.
I've not worn sunglasses in years.
All right. After finding those 2 bodies, were there ever any other bodies discovered?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It was after Dyer County arrived. One of the Dyer County deputies noticed a shoe on the south side of the road.
Oh my God, I can wear sunglasses.
And I was standing with him. And I noticed some red pools, what appeared to be blood. And we just kind of shined in the woods. And you could see 2 more bodies under tarps.
Okay. Now, was this in the same area as the original 2 that you found?
No, this would have been south of them, across the gravel roadway. It was in the same area, but it was.
But how close were they to one another before? You had the 2 initial bodies and then 2 others. How far apart were
Probably like 60 feet.
But, were those bodies covered as well?
They were.
Same type material?
Same type material, tarp.
Okay. Were you able to identify who any of them were at that time?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did not.
Yes, sir. As the witness.
Yes, sir. Mr. Huffman?
Good question. Deputy Brady, okay, so you were dispatched in this area carrying your up, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember about what time that would be?
It was roughly 8 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. Are there dispatch logs recording times?
Yeah, that's right.
When you arrived on scene, you said there was one Tiffanyville officer and there was another officer on scene?
Lake County Sheriff's Deputy.
Okay. When you arrived on scene and you noticed these things, you said that you secured the scene after you discovered the body, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. The first set of bodies, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. How many total officers were on scene at that point in time?
When we found the first set of bodies, there was just 3. We know 4 because a trooper had showed up right as we were entering the woods.
And you recall which officers those were?
Hayden, Trooper Hayden.
And did you write any reports or anything like that?
I did.
Were those names be located in that report as well?
Yes.
All right. You said when you were on scene, you secured the scene by taping it off?
That's correct.
All right. And how long after arriving on scene and discovering bodies did you do that?
It was within minutes.
All right. And you contacted your supervisors and they contacted your TBI, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you wearing your body worn camera at that time?
I was.
Was it active at that time?
Yes.
Is that footage backed up?
Yes.
Is it available for your discovery?
Yeah.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
I was.
Does that have a dash cam?
It does not.
The other officers, do you know if they had body cams or dash cams?
They have body cams. We don't have dash cams.
To your knowledge, were those active as well?
To my knowledge, yes.
And when you were securing the scene, were you doing any evidence collection?
We was marking evidence as we were finding it, yeah.
Okay. Did you remove any items?
No.
Did you take any photos at that time?
I did not know.
Yes, sir. Any Director General? Oh, yeah. Deputy Brady, thank you, sir. Your voice.
All right, so we're learning a couple of things here. That the manner of death, it seems like this had to do with gunshots of some kind. They found shell casings. Up to this point, we hadn't known how these 4 victims were killed. Seems like they were killed by a gun. Let's bring in our guest this hour, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Marsha Minot. Marsha, great to see you as always. Let's talk a little bit about this preliminary hearing, this probable cause hearing. Again, as I said, the lowest sort of manner of proof in the criminal justice system. The state gets an opportunity to present just enough evidence so that the judge can decide whether there's enough evidence here to bind it over for trial. And right now, they're sort of laying the groundwork, giving you the little pieces of the case that led them to charge this defendant.
Yeah, Michael, you are correct. The lowest standard is probable cause to bind the case over. You usually will find that most defense counsels will waive probable cause in lieu of a bond. And if you can't get a bond, what you do is go forward with the hearing because it gives you your first opportunity to find out what evidence the state has before your client is officially indicted.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I was going to go next. It's actually a good thing for the defense because at this point, explain to our viewers just how much information. I mean, basically, they have the basics, right? They'll have the information that they put the information as to what they used to arrest him. But a lot of this information and testimony that we're hearing, it's the first time that the defense attorney gets a chance to hear it and sort of work through it and help him figure out how he's going to take a look at and attack this case.
Absolutely. Remember that when the case is in an investigatory stage, you're not entitled to discovery. So you cannot get any of the documents, any of the evidence from the prosecutor. So the only time you'll be able to hear what has been found preliminarily is at this type of hearing. And that's why you're hearing the officer saying who showed up first, who had body cam, who has dash cam. That's what you need to know so that when you're asking for discovery, you'll be able to know what to seek based on having the probable cause hearing.
And so far, what we're hearing about this Nissan Rogue. Now, what they have to do is they have to tie this defendant to the scene. What we have now, we have folks who talked about finding blood at the scene. We then eventually bodies are found at the scene. So we have the underlying situation. Somehow now it seems to me that this Rogue is going to be important to connect the defendant to the crime scene.
So
and I would imagine as we continue to hear the evidence, that's basically what's going to happen here, because I will say this. It sounds like when that first officer drives by, takes a couple of minutes to go down the road, turn around and come back, the road is gone. I would imagine
I've loved
that
having you
point,
come
that
back
sounds
anytime,
like the
but
time that
stay as
perhaps the
long,
bodies
just hop
were
off
being
whenever you want.
Definitely.
It does.
Right.
And if
Keep
you
in
don't
touch
tie this
and
defendant
lovely to
to
chat with
the
everyone.
scene, then you're not going to have
Right.
probable cause
You're
for this
welcome to
court
do
to
this
bind it
anytime.
over, and the case
Bye-bye.
would be
Bye-bye.
dismissed by a judge or could
Good
be
night,
dismissed
sleep.
by a judge. But keep in mind, Michael, that even if a case is dismissed by a magistrate court judge at a preliminary hearing, a prosecutor could still indict it. You just have to take the evidence, you have to a grand jury, and you could still get an indictment and the person rearrested.
All right, fair enough. We're going to continue to hear much more testimony when we come back from this break. Again, it's a probable cause hearing for Austin Drummond. It's happening in Tennessee. Now, when we return, we're going to get you to much more testimony and see what else the state has in terms of this case. So keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
Okay, guys, I hope y'all are doing well. Thank you, June, so much for hopping on. It was lovely spending the day with you today. I am waiting for Mom. We have a meeting that we have to go to. She needs to hurry up. It's okay. She's the president. She can be late. I am surprised the judge is letting them go as late as they want. I think that's awesome. They may be going till midnight. I may have to stop this live later and then start it back up again. So what we're doing is I can't control the Court TV live feed. I can't. That's on my computer at home. So when I go remote, that's the one thing I cannot do is control the home feed. And that's frustrating, but that's okay. Thank you guys so much, Luca. Thank you for joining, coming in. State of Confusion, thank you for being here. Frank, thank you for being here. Who else is in right now? Case one, thank you, Deborah. Yeah, thank you guys, everybody. Mama's getting ready to get in the car, so I'll be quiet when Mama's in the car because she and I will be talking, but I will be monitoring everything that's going on. Yay! I am liking the contacts in the sense that I can put sunglasses on. The only thing I think of is it's an intermediate. It's hard. I mean, it darkens everything, which makes it a little harder to see. But I've not been able to wear sunglasses in years. So yay, I can do sunglasses. That is so awesome. Hi, Tinkitude. Thank you for being here, Tinkitude. Thank you for monitoring chat. We appreciate you so much. To all my fabulous mods. Let's see, June, Case One, Deborah, Tinkitude, and Angela. Thank you guys so much for being there. And thank you guys who are watching. Thank you so much for just hanging in and watching. I would love for us to have a verdict tonight. I will be hands-on watching. It all kicks off tonight. The NFL, I know my Dallas Cowboys are playing tonight. So I'll be secretively in the meeting keeping up with the score. I'll be keeping up with the score. I feel bad. My car is filthy dirty. I parked and bird pooped all over, and the other day we're moving stuff, so the car's getting dirty. It is what it is. But Mama's getting in the car, so I'm going to let you, I'm here.
Where's case going?
I just moved the camera a little bit so it wouldn't catch Mama. I don't know if she wanted to be on scene. Yes, Mom, we got a court case. Donna Adelson, who is a 75-year-old woman who's charged with conspiracy and planning and hiring through her son, who's been convicted, and 2 other people, so 3 people have been convicted of killing her son-in-law, ex-son-in-law, because her daughter, Wendy, and her husband got a divorce, and they had 2 children.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala, back now to Tennessee for more of the preliminary hearing in the abandoned baby murder case of Austin Hammond. Now, he's accused of killing a family of 4 last month before kidnapping their baby and dropping her off in a stranger's front yard. Now, Drummond was on the run for about a week, a large manhunt, and they finally captured him on August 5th. Now, since his capture, 5 people have been arrested and charged for helping him evade police. Want to get you back in the court now. On the stand is Justin Tubbs. He's a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Called on the evening of July 29th, 2025.
I was called, yes.
Do you know what the purpose of that call was?
Lake County Sheriff's Department had been called to an area out by the prison where two vehicles, I had received emails about the child that was missing that morning or that afternoon.
From Dyer County?
From Dyer County. And the parents of the child plus the grandmother and the uncle of the child. So whenever I was called, I was told their vehicles and the deceased victims had been found out at the end of Carrington Road.
Okay. Did you go to that scene?
I did.
Once you got to that scene, what did you see?
There were members of not only the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, Lake County Sheriff's Department, Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, because it was on their land. But there was also some special agents from the TBI who had also been called to come out and assist me. Once we got out there, I saw the black Charger that was known to be driven by Braden Williams, 15-year-old child, and a white Traverse that was known to be driven by Courtney Rose.
Was anyone inside the vehicles?
They were not.
Okay. What'd you do after locating those vehicles?
We had Deputy Hunter Brady walk us around the scene as to what he had discovered whenever he first came upon the scene. And he showed us inside of the white Traverse, there was a red, brownish stains substances that are consistent with what I know to be blood. And then he showed us.
And let me ask this. Do you know who that white Traverse belonged to?
It was known to be driven by Courtney Rose.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And if you drive down Carrington Road, to the left where it kind of comes to a dead end, it's almost like a parking lot where these vehicles were parked. Behind that is whenever you start walking into the woods, same as what the deputy before was talking about. If you cross the road, you have wooded area in front of you. So the deputy took us to the back of the parking lot and showed us where Braden Williams and Miss Courtney Rose were laying. They were covered with what looked like to be camouflage burlap, which is commonly used with hunting that I know of. And then he walked us in front of the parking lot across the road where the bodies of Adriana Williams and Matthew Wilson were at. And they were also covered with the same type of burlap.
Were you able to, were they all four deceased?
They were.
That you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the cause of death at that time? Or what, not a medical cause, but what appeared to be?
The injuries were consistent with gunshot wounds that all four victims had.
Were you able to determine how many gunshot wounds there were?
Not at the time.
Were you able to at a later time?
Yes. Whenever the medical examiner out of Nashville called me with preliminary findings, he informed me of how many wounds and type of wounds that each victim had.
What type of wounds did Courtney Rose have?
She had been shot in the head.
How many times?
At least once that I remember.
Okay. What about Braden Williams?
He had been shot in the back of the head.
What about Adriana Williams?
She had also been shot in the head.
And what about Matthew Wilson?
Mr. Wilson had been shot in multiple places in his body for approximately 11 times.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. Please. Please. Please help me. Please.
Was there you had said earlier that there was an infant that had been found in Dyer County.
Yes, sir.
I assume, did you find any evidence of an infant that may have been there?
I didn't see any evidence in the vehicle at the time. Whenever we realized the totality of the scene, myself and my immediate supervisor that was on the scene we decided to call the violent crime response team that TBI has, and we stepped back away from the scene and secured it until they got there.
And after they got there and they processed the scene, did you continue with the investigation?
We did. We set up a command post away from the crime scene at the Old National Guard Armory here in Tiptonville.
Were you eventually able to develop a suspect in these homicides?
We were a person of interest, yes.
And who was that?
Mr. Austin Drummond.
Can you see him in court
I
today?
do.
You identify him?
He's a gentleman sitting at the defense table in the inmate uniform.
Okay. After getting there, you said that there were 2 vehicles there. Did you get information that there may have been a 3rd vehicle?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We were told by Miss Kim Hamill, which is Mr. Wilson's mother, that he drove a older model F-150.
Okay. You know what color it was?
It was white with a red stripe down the side of it.
Was that vehicle out there that day?
It was not.
You think that maybe that was something you needed to be looking for?
My
Yes, sir.
thing died again.
Chief Joe England with the Tiptonville Police Department, before we got to Tiptonville, had already been looking at video from the Tiptonville Fire Department. There's a camera there, and he had found video of the victims arriving that morning, passing the fire department, driving north out towards Carrington Road, and then I believe there was video of the truck returning a few minutes later, about an hour or so later.
Okay. And you said that was footage from the Tiptonville Fire Department?
Correct.
Okay. Did you review that footage yourself?
I did not. I mean, I did look at pictures that Chief
At a later
sent us.
time.
Correct. We obtained the entire video. We sent an agent to Tiptonville to obtain video not only from the fire department and other places of interest along Highway 78.
One thing that we usually look at on security cameras is the date and time.
Correct.
Did you check that on these cameras?
On the fire department camera, I did.
I lost it again. I screwed up.
Camera footage versus the real time.
Okay. And was it accurate?
Tonight on Closing Arguments, did Donna Adelson play a role in the murder of Dan Markel? We're live with every development as deliberations get underway.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan. Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. Friday night.
We're live from Denver for CrimeCon 2025. See what special guests join us at the world's biggest true crime event.
Closing Arguments. Live from CrimeCon. Friday night, 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. Let's go back inside that courtroom now for more testimony in the probable cause hearing for Austin Drummond going on in Tennessee. A TBI agent is detailing about the bodies found at the crime scene, causing a victim's family member to become very emotional. And you heard them run out of the courtroom when they found out the youngest victim, Braden, was shot 11 times. So let's pick it back up where we left off with Special Agent Justin Tubbs.
Was there you had said earlier that there was an incident that had been found in Dyer County.
Yes, sir.
I assume, did you find any evidence of an incident that may have been there?
I didn't see any evidence in the vehicle at the time. Where we realized the totality of the scene, myself and my immediate supervisor that was on the scene, we decided to call the violent crime response team that TBI has, and we stepped back away from the scene and secured it until they got there.
And after they got there and they processed the scene, did you continue with the investigation?
We did. We set up a command post away from the crime scene at the Old National Guard Armory here in Tiptonville.
Were you eventually able to develop a suspect in these homicides?
We were a person of interest, yes.
And who was that?
Mr. Austin Drummond.
Can you see him in court?
I do.
You identify him?
He's a gentleman sitting at the defense table in the inmate uniform.
Okay. After getting there, you said that there were 2 vehicles there. Did you get information that there may have been a 3rd vehicle?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We were told by Miss Kim Hamill, which is Mr. Wilson's mother, that he drove a older model F-150.
Okay. You know what color it was?
It was white with a red stripe down the side of it.
Was that vehicle out there that day?
It was not.
Did you think that maybe that was something you needed to be looking for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do?
Chief Joe England with the Tiptonville Police Department, before we got to Tiptonville, had already been looking at video from the Tiptonville Fire Department. There's a camera there, and he had found video of the victims arriving that morning, passing the fire department, driving north out towards Carrington Road, and then I believe there was video of the truck returning a few minutes later, about an hour or so later.
Okay.
All right, let's bring back in our guest, still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, Marsha Minot. Marsha, as I said, we're finding out information along with the defense attorney and everyone else in that courtroom, and we're finding out that these people were shot execution style in the head, except for the youngest victim, Braden, shot 11 times. You know, these crime scenes often tell us stories, Marsha. This one's kind of speaking to me that this was something where perhaps emotion was involved. There might have been some kind of vendetta. What is it saying to you? Because one of the things that's an issue, and again, they don't have to prove this, but motive is an issue. They don't know exactly why it was done. So what are you thinking?
It smells domestic. I don't know if there was a battle over custody regarding this child or visitation regarding this child or the relationship between the defendant and this child, but it does have an emotional rage element associated with it. And I think it's going to speak to the volume and the issues associated with this case as to why these individuals were killed.
All right, so I misheard. I just want to correct something. It's not Braden, the youngest, that was shot 11 times. It was Matthew Wilson that was shot 11 times. Again, anyone being shot 11 times is devastating. And as you saw, one of the family members had to run out of the courtroom. Now, let me ask you about this, because at the end of the day, when we talk about this type of crime scene and you talk about it being domestic, one of the things we know at this point is that Austin Drummond spoke to a local TV station, and he tried to suggest that he was a member of a gang, and he became an informant for the police, and that he thinks this may have something to do with that retaliation, because he had gotten a call, he said, saying that they had found out who he was. Let me ask you, you have a lot of experience in the criminal justice system, both sides. Is this something that could be happening to someone who had been an informant for the police at any point, whether it was in jail, because he claims he was an informant while in jail and regarding drugs and things like that? Is this the way this would have gone down?
This is absolutely a possible gang-related defense. If there's evidence to support that this defendant was involved in either snitching on a gang or snitching against individuals that he had been in criminal relationships with, then absolutely. Because remember, when we're doing mob-style killing, we're going to take out your entire family just to send a message to you regarding whoever you've convicted if you turn and flipped on them as a state's witness. It is possible.
All right, it is possible. I thought maybe at some point before all this, some of the police would have gotten involved in this on some level. But again, he chose not to go to the police. He chose to run. All right, Marsha Renault, thank you so much for being with me tonight. Truly appreciate it. Folks, stick around. Coming up next, our Cody Thomas is going to join for the next hour. We're going to have extended coverage of the probable cause hearing for Austin Drummond, the accused quadruple murderer in Tennessee. This is as we await a verdict in the matriarch murder trial of Donna Adelson. Keep it here on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV. I'm Cody Thomas. Now we'll get you back to the Austin Drummond hearing in just a moment. But first, the fate of the matriarch mastermind murder defendant Donna Adelson is now in the hands of the jury. Jury's got the case about 2.5 hours ago and will be allowed to deliberate as long as they want tonight. Now, Adelson faces life in prison if convicted of plotting the murder of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel. Now, before closing arguments began this morning, Adelson waived all lesser charges, which would have included second-degree murder and manslaughter. The defense also asked for a judgment of acquittal for the second time, which the judge denied again. Now, during closing arguments, the state focused on Donna wanting revenge, while the defense pointed out lack of evidence.
The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win.
There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him, but she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died.
Of course, we'll let you know as soon as there is a verdict or the jury has a question. All right, now back to Tennessee for the preliminary hearing in the abandoned baby family murders case against Austin Drummond. Drummond is accused of killing 38-year-old Courtney Rose, her son, 15-year-old Braden Williams, her daughter, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, and Adriana's boyfriend, 21-year-old James Wilson in July. Now, he's also charged with kidnapping Adriana and James's 7-month-old daughter, who he reportedly left abandoned on a stranger's property 40 miles from the murders. Now, Drummond was on the run for a week before he was finally captured on August 5th. 3 people were arrested before Drummond's capture and charged with accessory after the fact to first-degree murder. And just ahead of today's hearing, we learned that 2 more people have been charged with helping Drummond evade capture. So with that, let's take you back to court now. Special Agent Scott Lawson with the FBI is currently on the stand.
What specific cell phone data did you look at?
We started off our investigation by doing a deep analysis on the tolls of the victims' cellular telephones. When I say tolls, I'm speaking of the incoming and outgoing calls from the victims' phones to include records of incoming and outgoing text messages.
Okay. And when you did that, did you notice anything in particular?
Yes, we worked off a theory due to many of the victims arriving at the scene where they were murdered at various times, right? So they didn't all just appear there together. So we worked under the theory that someone must have organized a meeting or at least some type of reason to get the 4 victims to the crime scene. So as we were looking at the victims' tolls, we were looking for any unknown or unusual cell phone activity, particularly any cell phone number that would have contacted any of the victims consistent with maybe asking them to come to this location.
Okay. And did a number stand out?
There was one number that was immediately interesting. It showed up on the cell phone analysis at approximately 6:38 that morning, 6:38 a.m. That number was unknown as far as the tolls that we had analyzed to that point of known numbers of associates of the victims. In addition, the other thing that we do when we're working these investigations is try to determine when the victims' phones stop taking calls, right? We're trying to work on a timeline. We're trying to narrow everything down so that our cell phone data is strong as possible. We noticed from the 4 victims' phones that none of the victims answered a call or made a call after 7:01 a.m. So knowing where they were located and when their phones stopped answering calls, we knew that whatever had happened to them had most likely happened right around or just before 7:01 a.m.
And the number that stood out, was that 731-345-7426?
It was.
And so prior to 6:38 that morning, it wasn't on any tolls of the victims?
Right. We subpoenaed the number and ascertained that that phone had just came on for the first time ever that morning, and that it had been purchased the night before at a Walmart in Dyersburg, Tennessee.
And so what else did you do next?
We asked for tolls for that cell phone number to ascertain who, at that time, we could only see when it had called one of the victims' phones, which we had their tolls. So we now asked for the tolls of the number ending in 7426. One of the first things we saw when those tolls came in is that at 7:01 was the last call with one of the victims, Adriana Williams. And at 7:25, it was calling persons associated with the rental of the Nissan Rogue car that was in question. So we knew pretty confidently that that number was very interesting to us. We then asked for the cell phone company to provide geolocation records for the cell phone 731-345-7426. And immediately we ascertained that that number had been at the crime scene and had started traveling south from the crime scene at approximately 7:24 a.m. As I mentioned earlier, my job is to combine the phone, the video reviews, and the timelines to make it tell a story, to help it assist in telling a story. We also had ascertained that Matt Wilson's vehicle was also going south from the crime scene, passing a camera at approximately 7:25 a.m. And the cell phone data put this newly identified cell phone number passing that same camera at a time consistent with Matt Wilson's truck going southbound.
And Mr. Wilson's truck is a late 80s F-150.
That's correct.
Can I ask one thing? I'm sorry. When you say passes the camera, are you referring to the camera that, where was that camera?
I should have been more specific. Yes, sir. So
I apologize.
No, absolutely. There was a fire station on Highway 78 just north of the main intersection here, headed towards the crime scene. And that was the video that caught the F-150 traveling southbound at 7:25 a.m.
There had been some testimony about cameras, and I was trying to make sense of which one was talking about. So
yes, sir.
I apologize for interrupting the agent. Yes, sir.
All right, Agent Lawson, you had mentioned that 7426 called a number associated with the rental. Can you explain that?
Yes, due to some good work performed previously, there was a Nissan Rogue that had been identified that had been rented in Jackson, Tennessee the day before and picked up on the morning of the homicide. This vehicle was captured on license plate readers going northbound towards the crime scene and then going southbound away from the crime scene at a time later in the afternoon. In addition, there was some identification of the vehicle from a park ranger being seen at the location. The investigative team followed up with the rental agreement and with Enterprise Rental Car to learn about the who had rented this vehicle and identified a Michelle Obelis, I may not pronounce the last name correctly, Obelis, as being the renter. As that investigation continued, she had identified that the vehicle had been given to Austin Drummond and rented on Austin Drummond's behalf.
Okay. And did she have any connection to the defendant, Mr. Drummond?
Her boyfriend, Giovanni Thomas, was closely associated with Austin, and she was also closely associated with an individual named Tanaka Brown. Our phone toll analysis identified that at 7:25, as that number 731-345-7426 was leaving the crime scene, it was jumping on a three-way conference call with Tanaka Brown and Giovanni Thomas.
Okay. And then what happened next?
So obviously at this point, we were extremely interested in just learning everything we can about the user of this telephone number. We learned that upon departing the crime scene, it traveled to an area in Dyersburg commonly known as Bikini Bottoms. Bikini Bottoms used to be like an off-road recreation vehicle area for ATVs and such. When the phone arrived And a point of interest, as this phone is traveling south towards Bikini Bottom, one of the victim's phones is traveling in concert with that phone. So that was very interesting to us as well. Both of those phones got to the Bikini Bottom area, and the phone 731-345-7426 arrived at Bikini Bottom at approximately 7:44 a.m. and stayed in the area to approximately 9:04 a.m.
All right, we need to step aside for a quick break, but when we return, the judge makes a decision after hearing the attorney's final arguments in the preliminary hearing for Austin Drummond. Keep it right here on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, did Donna Adelson play a role in the murder of Dan Markel? We're live with every development as deliberations get underway.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan. Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates. Tonight, 9/8 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV. We're bringing you the preliminary hearing in the Austin Drummond case. Now, he's the Tennessee man accused of killing 4 people, all related to each other in West Tennessee. Now, their bodies were discovered shortly after an abandoned baby was found in the front yard miles away of a stranger's home, no less. Let's go back inside that courtroom now to hear the attorney's final arguments.
Start all the proof in this case. There's a real tight timeline with this case, and we think that we can show that. We think we've shown that today with cell phone data and as well as video footage. But just to go back through that, and just to go back through this timeline, I want to go back and highlight these things. At 6:27 a.m., the Dodge Charger and the Chevrolet Traverse are going north towards the crime scene on the fire department camera in Tiftonville. At 6:38, there's an outgoing call from the phone, and when I talk about the phone, it's going to be the phone in question that was purchased the night before. There's an outgoing call from that phone to Adriana. At 6:47 a.m., the truck driven by Matthew Wilson, the red and white vehicle, comes into Tiftonville, is northbound, goes towards the crime scene. At 6:45 a.m., I'm sorry, 6:54 a.m., there's the first time advance bar on the cell phone, and that is near Tiftonville. At 7:01 a.m., there's an outgoing call to Adriana once again, and that's the last call. Adriana, it lasted 32 seconds.
Which one? What time was that, General?
That was 7:01 a.m. At 7:25 a.m., the red and white vehicle is seen traveling southbound on video in Tiftonville, going past Williams Garage and the Mexican restaurant. And at that same time, a call starts at 7:25 and it lasts until 7:29. That's a 3-way call from that phone that's in question to Giovanni Thomas and Tanaka Brown. Both of those individuals did admit in their testimony today that they were on the phone with Austin Drummond at that time. At 7:26 a.m., time advance data shows that that phone is now moving south. At 7:44, I'm sorry, let me back up. Between 7:25 and 10:06 a.m., there are approximately 15 calls between that phone number and Giovanni Thomas. At 7:44 a.m. and up until 9:04 a.m., so almost a 2-hour period, a little short of, I'm sorry, not 2 hours, a little almost an hour, a little over 45, 50 minutes. It shows that the phone is actually at Bikini Bottoms in Dyer County and it's stationary, it's sitting there. From 9:17 to 10:04, the time advance showed that there was southbound movement once again. This time it's going towards Jackson. And this is at the time that testimony was that Tanaka Brown had drove from Jackson to Bikini Bottoms to help push the red and white vehicle into the ravine, pick up Austin Drummond and the child, and drive them back to Jackson. He drove them to the Clareton Inn to pick up the Audi. He then went to pick up a vehicle from Gio and Michelle, and that was a rental vehicle. He had the baby with him this entire time. At the time of 11:55 until 12:07 p.m., we now have a different vehicle, and we have the Nissan Rogue with a California license plate that is traveling northbound towards Bells. At 12:39 p.m., that vehicle is seen by license plate readers going through Dyersburg, still traveling north. Between 1:04 and 1:14, it is the approximate time that the cell phone that's been in question the entire time is back at the crime scene. The phone was initially at the crime scene. It left the crime scene. It made phone calls, which witnesses say were made by Austin Drummond. It went to Bikini Bottoms. It went to Jackson. It got the rental car, and now it is back at the crime scene once again. This is between 1:04 and 1:14. At 1:15, your testimony from the park ranger stated that there were There was a black Charger, a white Traverse, and a Nissan Rogue with a California license plate. He said it left quickly as soon as he passed the vehicle. Between 1:38 and 2:14 p.m., time advance data showed movement going southbound once again from the crime scene back towards Jackson, Dyer County and Jackson. At 2:15 p.m., the rental vehicle is southbound, according to license plate readers. Between 2:32 and 2:35, it's in the area where the baby was eventually dropped in Friendship. At 2:55, the time advance showed that the cell phone and vehicle was northbound towards Dyersburg. And just a few minutes later, 3:11 p.m., the 911 call came in. The baby had been dropped. And keep in mind that Mr. Drummond admitted that he dropped the baby. Between 2:57 and 3:23 p.m., the time advance showed that the vehicle was traveling southeast, back towards Bells, and back towards Jackson, and was back in Jackson by 3:39 p.m. Between 4:22 and 6:06, and this is really important, there were overlapping arcs. And you heard the testimony was that when there's overlapping arcs, you can almost pinpoint where the person is. And those arcs overlapped right above Austin Drummond's parents' house. And it stayed there for an hour and a half. From 6:34 to 8:44 p.m., it was back to Clarion Hotel, and then at Caitlin Speed's residence, who was Mr. Drummond's girlfriend. At 8:17, 911 calls come in about the body being found, and at 8:44, the phone is no longer on network. Your Honor, that is a very tight timeline. The testimony shows that Austin Drummond was at the scene. He admits he was at the scene. He was the person who got the rental vehicle. He's the only person who was in that Nissan Rogue, which video shows came back to the crime scene, was there just a very few minutes and left the crime scene. And that phone and video synced up all the way through from Jackson to the crime scene and back to Jackson. And there's no other person possible that could have been other than Austin Drummond. Your Honor, based upon that, we think that we've proven the aggravated kidnapping. He took the child without consent. He was not his child. He did not have custody. He was not the guardian. He is a convicted felon. Testimony was that these individuals were shot, which means that a weapon was involved. He admits to being on the scene. All four individuals are deceased. We think that meets the probable cause for first-degree murder and the possession of a weapon during commission of a dangerous felony.
Mr. Huffman.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Understanding this is a preliminary hearing and that the burden of proof is probable cause and not beyond reasonable, obviously. There's been no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Drummond fired any weapon. The only evidence that was presented today was that there was a cell phone purchased by one of the victims at the scene and proof that he was present on scene, but no proof as to anybody else on scene, or even that the cell phone was in his hands when he was on scene. The only thing that probable cause was met was that his presence on scene. There was no evidence whatsoever regarding who fired these shots, if Mr. Drummond fired shots, or if there were other individuals on the scene. So we do not believe
I'll be there in a second. I'm gonna turn on
regarding
camera
murders.
and stuff.
Obviously, there's some evidence regarding. Mr.
Okay,
Drummond
guys,
having
I
child,
am,
so we'll
I guess you
submit that
see
to
me.
court,
I can't see me.
as
There I
to
am.
determine
I
if
am
there's
going to go in the
probable
meeting,
cause
but I'm going to
and
leave this
the
going
only
and I'll
thing
be
that
checking in on
statement
y'all.
shown ostensibly is his presence on the scene and afterwards. But there's been no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Drummond fired any of these shots.
Any response, Joe?
All right, here to discuss is former Deputy Public Defender of LA County, Philip Dubé. Great to see you, my friend, as always. Philip, I want to get your general thoughts on these final arguments made by these attorneys. I mean, you have the state weaving this timeline of phone data that they say all arrows point towards Drummond, but then the defense to me, you know, whether you pull the trigger or not, being on the scene of a quadruple execution style murder is not a good look. What do you make of that?
Well, for purposes of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not even close. But it sounds like that the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, got what is called a geofence warrant. And what that warrant shows is all phones that are pinging right there at the scene. And it looks like only Austin's phone was pinging. So by inference, it means, probably means anyway, that he was the only one there. And if he was the only one there, given his record, given the fact that you have 4 dead people and a baby was taken non-consensually, the court can just kind of put 2 and 2 together for purposes of probable cause. Now, it doesn't by any means suggest that a jury will convict on this evidence, but I'd like to hear his recorded admissions that he gave to the cops, because if he, quote unquote, copped out, then, he's potentially looking at capital punishment.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, Philip, after his arrest, now he spoke with a local television news reporter, and he says, you know, after an arrest earlier this year, before this one, he cut a deal with the feds, with the FBI and the ATF to work as this informant, uncovering drug operations and gang activity and what have you. The DA didn't comment on that claim, but Drummond did tell that reporter that on the day of the murders, his cover as an informant was blown, and that's why he went on the run for however many days. Does that story hold any weight? Because to me, that's oddly convenient that that's the day your cover was blown, that these murders happened to happen.
It is very common for defendants who are actively charged to work out deals with the government, where they are willing to act as an informant for much more serious crimes and to testify against those suspects. But it is really almost unbelievable to suggest that he would get some kind of a benefit on a 4-count homicide and the aggravated kidnap of a baby in exchange for testifying about a bad drug transaction. I mean, the two are so incongruous that no one's going to cut this guy a deal. They're going to prefer to let the drug charge go and get him for capital murder. They're not cutting him any deals showing any leniency. No.
That's kind of the same sentiment I was feeling as well, Philip. And Philip, want to stand by because we want to get people back into court now to hear the judge's decision after hearing those attorneys' final arguments.
More likely than not. I am not making a finding of guilt or innocence today. That is not what is happening. I don't want y'all to leave and think, what did he just do? So I want you to understand that. It is still alleged as to who committed this offense, but I know it's not alleged that the loss that y'all have suffered. And I want you to know that my heart does go out to all of you. And in the days, weeks, months, and years to come, you will be in my prayers, because I know it's a long road to that. I want to thank, I don't want it to go unnoticed, but I just want to thank you for your respect you've shown the court very much. In regards to the matters today, the court has heard the testimony from all the parties, and in consideration of that testimony, in case number 25 CR 48067, the charge of first-degree murder, the court does find the probable cause regarding the murder of Mr. Braden Williams. In case number 48068, the charge of first-degree murder, the court does find probable cause in regards to the murder of Miss Adriana Williams. In case number 48069, the court does find probable cause in regards to first-degree murder in the matter of Mr. Matthew Wilson. And in case number 48070, the court does find probable cause into the case of the murder, first-degree murder of Miss Courtney Rose. The court also does find probable cause.
Hey guys, I'm at the meeting now,
and
I will hop on probably
as
in
to the
about
charge of
15, 20
aggravated
minutes.
kidnapping
And
of the
hey,
young,
there's a verdict tonight.
young child.
See you at 7:30. Be back in a
Possession
little
of a
bit.
firearm with the
Bye.
intent to go armed is a commission of a dangerous felony. Aside from the proof of the agent Tubbs, there was not any other proof put forward to show whether or not he is a convicted felon. So based on that, I'm not combining those matters over the counts 2 on 48067, 68, 69, and 70. But those are the only charges that will not be bound over. The remaining charges will be bound over. The 4 first-degree murders, the aggravated kidnapping, and the possession of a firearm with the intention to go armed during the commission of a dangerous felony. In regards to Mr. Drummond, I want to make you aware this is your notice for your circuit court date. Should your cases be presented to the grand jury on November 10th of 2025 at 9 a.m., you will appear before the Honorable Mark Hayes, the Circuit Judge for Lake County, Tennessee, on November 17th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Now, before we conclude that, I had heard that there may be another matter that needs to be addressed.
All right, you heard it there. The court
Well, guys, I guess we're just going to have to end the live because it dropped. So we will continue the verdict watch. If the verdict comes down, I will come on and we will talk about it. I don't think it's going to happen tonight. So I'll be monitoring. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm sorry they've ended the live or it just cut off. I don't know. I couldn't hear. And y'all have a fabulous evening. Look forward to seeing you 7:30 in the morning. But I will be monitoring. I don't think we're going to get a verdict. So we'll see. Love, blessings. Thank everybody so much for joining and helping. Have a great night. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like,